court received a copy of a draft protective order this morning. Attorney Jennings, were copies of the draft given to both counsel?
Yes, Your Honor. I was told that my office sent them over yesterday afternoon, but I do have an extra copy for the state that I can provide them with right now.
Thank you.
Court is going to read the pertinent portions of the protective order into the record. Yesterday, this court did deny the motion to quash and indicated that it would consider a protective order if one was drafted. The pertinent section of the protective order is that Attorney Michael Rose shall not offer testimony on any matters involving his direct communications of legal advice and strategy with his former client, Jennifer Dulos. Additionally, it is further ordered that Attorney Michael Rose shall not offer testimony regarding any documents that have been sealed by the court in Mr. Dulos's divorce proceeding. Attorney Schoenhorn, do you wish to be heard?
If I may just review the language for one moment. That's fine, Your Honor. And I'll just note, I have discussed that. In fact, what I believed would have been the limits directly with Attorney Rose. And that was, of course, with permission of Mr. Rose's counsel, Jeffrey Ment. So I have no problem with the language as proposed here.
Thank you. So the court will enter the protective order. It is now an order of the court. Thank you, Attorney Jennings.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Are you ready with your witnesses, Attorney Schoenhorn?
I am, Your Honor.
Thank you. We can bring the jury in, please. Would counsel stipulate, please?
Yes, Judge. Yes.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Good morning.
The defense continues with its case. Attorney
The
Schoenhorn.
defense calls Professor Elizabeth Loftus, please.
You could please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or solemnly and sincerely affirm, as the case may be, that the evidence you shall give concerning this case shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God, or upon penalty of perjury?
I do.
Please state your name and spell it for the record.
My name is Elizabeth Loftus. It's L-O-F as in Foxtrot, T-U-S as in Sierra.
Professor, you may be seated.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You may inquire, counsel.
Thank you. Good morning, Professor Loftus.
Good morning.
Would you please indicate to the members of the jury what your present occupation is?
I'm currently a distinguished professor at the University of California, Irvine.
Could you tell the jury what areas, you're a professor there?
Yes,
Could you tell the members of the jury in what areas you instruct?
Well, I'm an experimental psychologist. I specialize in human memory, and I teach courses in eyewitness testimony and memory.
Could you indicate how long have you been at the University of California at Irvine?
Approximately 22 years.
Did you have a career prior to being at Irvine?
I did, yes.
Could you tell the jury where you were before that?
Well, before UC Irvine, I was on the faculty at the University of Washington in Seattle for 29 years.
Prior to Irvine?
Right, then I was recruited by UC Irvine in 2002.
Are you in a particular department at UC Irvine?
Well, I'm in the Department of Psychological Science. Another department is Criminology, Law, and Society. And I'm also a professor of law.
Could you indicate what academic degrees you hold?
Well, starting with college, I guess. I have a bachelor's degree from UCLA. I majored in mathematics and also psychology. That was 1966. Then I went to Stanford and received my master's degree in psychology and then a PhD in psychology in 1970.
Showing you what has been previously marked as Exhibit II for identification. I'm just going to ask if this is a copy of your most recent curriculum vitae or resume.
Yes, it is.
I would offer it.
I have no objection.
Do you need it for?
Well,
if I ask
in
you?
case I might need to look something up.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
Does it need to be marked as full?
Well, it's II, correct?
Yes.
II marked as full.
Could you indicate to the members of the jury what kind of background research that you've been involved in over the years connected to your field?
Well, in all these years that I've been a professor, I've been studying human memory. And so I don't know how much detail you want about that, but basically the kind of work that I do is to expose people to simulated events, usually crimes, accidents, or other events, and study their memory for what they witnessed. Or sometimes we plant entire memories into the minds of people for purposes of studying how distorted or false memories develop.
You indicated that this was simulated. Is that the term you used?
Yes, in many of the studies, we will stage events in front of people or show them a film of an event. For example, that's what I mean by simulated.
Do you also study situations of real life incidents and memories?
Well, I do study many real life incidents, but I've also been involved in research where the events aren't simulated. People are experiencing something very upsetting, arousing, traumatic, and their memory isn't being tested. For example, in a couple of the studies, there are soldiers who are going to survival school. They're learning what it's going to be like if they're ever captured as prisoners of war. And I've been a collaborator on a research team studying their memories and the extent to which they can be led to develop false beliefs or false memories.
When you worked on with these soldiers, who was that for? What was the funding for that particular study?
I worked with a psychiatrist named Dr. Charles Morgan, who's been studying these soldiers for a long time. And in a few of his studies, I collaborated with him, and we introduced certain measures that were similar to the kinds of things that I do in my other research. So I can't really tell you where he was getting his funding, but he was in cooperation with the military.
In cooperation with the actual military departments?
Yes.
Could you tell us whether you hold any honorary degrees?
I do.
Could you let the jury know?
I have 8 honorary doctorates, a couple of them from universities in the United States, a couple of them from universities in Great Britain, one from the University of Oslo, one from Australian National University, that's the most recent one from Haifa in Israel, and there may be some others that I'm hopefully not forgetting.
Are they in your, if you,
Yes.
you don't have to look them up, but are they
Okay.
in the CV if the jury wants to look at that document?
Yes.
Do you also have any fellowships that you have received?
Well, I've received fellowships over the years. For example, I went to the Center for Advanced Study in the Behavioral Sciences at Stanford 1 year, took a leave from the University of Washington. That would be one example.
Have you received any grants for your work?
I've received many grants from the National Science Foundation, National Institute of Mental Health, Department of Transportation, the U.S. Department of Transportation, for my studies on memory.
As part of your work doing research, have you prepared papers and reports with regard to your actual studies and the outcomes that you had found?
Many, many times, yes.
And were they published?
Well, I've published, I don't know, over 20 books and well over 600 scientific articles and chapters, primarily describing this scientific work. And these are all listed in this CV.
Right, I'm not going to ask you to go through them, but they are listed in there.
Yes, they are.
Can you tell us whether any of those papers and other books that you published were peer reviewed?
I would say probably the majority of them are peer reviewed.
Could you just explain very briefly to the jury what peer review means?
When a scientist submits an article to a journal and hopes to see the article published in that journal, the editor of the journal will send out the article to some reviewers. Depending on the practices of the journal, it might be 3 reviewers, it might be 2, or it might be somewhat more. And those reviewers make a recommendation about whether the quality of the work, whether it's worthy of scientific publication, whether it's appropriate for that journal. So that is the peer review process. And many of my articles have been through that process. But I might also add that I serve on and have served on many editorial boards myself and been a peer reviewer of the work of other scientists.
When we talk about the word peer, are we talking about other scientists that are in the same field as you and therefore knowledgeable, as opposed to, let's say, editor of a magazine, something like that?
Yes, they would go to other scientists for their reactions, and those scientists would presumably be working in the same field.
Are you a member of any professional organizations related to your field?
Yes, I'm a member of a number of organizations. For example, the Association for Psychological Science is maybe a major organization for research academic psychologists. And I was president of that organization, I think, in 1998. I'm a member of the Western Psychological Association, which covers the Western region of the United States, which is where I live and work. And I was president of that organization twice. I'm a member of a number of other organizations, some of them elected positions.
Are they in your CV as well?
Yes. For example, the National Academy of Sciences, which is an organization with members who are elected from all areas of science.
Now, I'm not going to go through your entire CV, but how many pages is it, so at least the jury knows in advance how long it is?
48 pages.
And it's mostly single-spaced?
Single-spaced, yes.
All right, so we won't go through all the 43 pages. Have you published articles books and in journals?
Yes.
Approximately how many over the years in the field of science of memory?
Well, as I testified, I've published over 600 articles. I have published on a few other topics occasionally, but the vast majority of the articles are in the area of memory.
Could you just indicate whether or not you yourself, as the author, have published full books?
Yes, I've authored or co-authored over 20 books.
They in the CV as well?
Yes, yes.
And approximately how many research experiments have you conducted in your career in the area of memory and the psychology and science of memory?
I don't know how many experiments it would be hundreds and hundreds of experiments involving tens and tens of thousands of people.
You also teach?
I do, yes.
Do you have research assistants in your field that you mentor and teach?
Yes, graduate students who are working on their PhDs, undergraduate research assistants, sometimes who are in the honors program, for example, maybe working on an honors thesis, so I might be supervising. We have something called a post-bac program, which is a program of individuals who are wanting some extra experience after they've already graduated college. I mentor those frequently.
Have you ever testified as an expert in court in the field of memory?
Many times, yes.
Could you give a ballpark figure of the number of times?
I've testified, well, over 300 times in trials since June 3rd, 1975.
Have you also testified at hearings that may not have involved a full trial, maybe in front of a judge or a magistrate?
Testified in hearings or testified in depositions and other kinds of situations where you're under oath.
Do you testify in both civil and criminal cases?
I do.
Can you just, without naming the 300 cases, just indicate in what some of the jurisdictions where you've testified as an expert?
Well, I've testified in many different states in the United States, including Connecticut. I've testified in federal court. I've testified in military trials. I've testified twice in South Korea and once in Israel in a trial. Maybe some other countries that I'm not remembering. Maybe, a couple of times in Canada.
Have you ever consulted with government agencies in your field as an expert in memory?
I have. I've and these are listed on the CV too, but I've consulted with the Secret Service, the FBI, the CIA, the IRS, and other agencies.
Have you ever been retained by the Department of Justice, the Federal Department of Justice?
Yes, I've consulted with them on the crime victimization survey. I think that was a long time ago.
Incidentally, when you do testify an expert, do you get compensated for your time?
Usually, yes. Sometimes, occasionally, it's a pro bono situation. And every now and then, I expect to be compensated, but it doesn't happen, and I might get mad. But mostly, I am compensated for my time.
Have you been compensated up till now in this case?
Yes.
So was there a business agreement, a contract that was signed with my office some time ago?
Yes.
And it lists
3 years ago, I believe.
And it lists the hourly rate?
Well, I believe at the time I was charging $600 an hour at the time we made our agreement, and I have agreed to stick to that figure.
And is it set forth in the agreement?
Yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
Showing you what's been marked as Exhibit SS. Can you tell us if that's the written agreement that your office, that you and my office entered into?
Yes,
And when was it that we entered into that agreement?
well, we signed it in August 2020.
And prior to now, have you and I consulted about the case?
A number of times, yes.
And you billed for your time consulting, right?
Yes.
I would offer Exhibit SS.
I have no objection.
Double S admitted as well.
And I'm just going to show the jury, if I may.
So you show him.
Yes. Oh. Didn't work. Just do me a favor, show me what you press so I just
Press this button.
until it goes to the.
Almost number 2.
Oh, got it, okay. Right. And I'm not going to go through it right now, but if I show you. The cord. Show you Exhibit SS here. Is this the agreement?
Yes.
And it shows under consultant fees, the rate you're charging right
Yes.
here? Okay. And this is your signature, electronic signature, and my signature on the last page here?
My actual signature, yes.
Okay. And I also just want the jury, if I could have your CV for one moment, please.
Sure.
And noting, this is Exhibit II. And the date, October 2023, is that the date you revised? This was the most recent printed CV.
Yes.
And just turning it over so the jury knows what we're talking about. This is the first page of your CV.
Yes.
Okay. You want to keep it there for the moment?
If you are asking me some questions, it might help. Thank you.
Thank you. Incidentally, in those cases where you have testified as an expert, did it involve the issues of various influences on memory and the brain?
Memory, yes. That's a frequent topic of expert testimony.
Does your expertise include explaining how memory works or whether there are stages of memory?
Yes.
Could you just very briefly tell the jury how that works,
Well,
based on your research, obviously?
yeah, so just to be brief and simple, memory does not work like a recording device. We don't just record the event and play it back later the way a recorder would work. The process is more complex, and as scientists, we tend to divide that process into a number of stages. So, for example, an event happens or some events happen and some information comes into a person's memory. That's called the acquisition stage. Then time passes and memory fades. You don't need a PhD to know that. But what happens when time passes, we call that the retention stage. Some factors can come into play that can affect memory. The final stage is retrieval. That's when someone tries to remember what happened at the event, tries to answer questions, tries to tell in their own words what happened, tries to testify in court. So our job as scientists is to identify and study the factors that come into play at each of those stages that affect the accuracy of somebody's memory. And my work has tended to focus on that retention stage. Once the event is over and bits and pieces of information have been stored in memory, what happens to that memory and how does it get contaminated or distorted or changed, and how does that happen?
Does memory form or get stored differently for startling events versus routine events?
Well, typically with a shocking event, people, have certainly a better memory for the fact that the event itself happened. Sometimes their memory can be distorted for various details about that shocking event. But in general, you're going to probably remember more about a shocking event than a mundane event.
Is the concept of inconsistency in memory retention, is it common or not common?
We do talk about inconsistencies when somebody's memory changes from one point in time to another. They are expressing an inconsistency. Sometimes I just talk about a change in memory.
Were you asked to review any materials in specific connection to the case of Michelle Troconis as part of your being retained to consult with me?
Yes. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt your question, but yes, I did review various legal documents, interviews of the defendant by law enforcement, lots of media coverage about the case that might potentially have affected people's recollections.
Well, specifically with regard to the interrogation interviews, what did you review?
I reviewed interrogations that took place in June of 2019 and in August of 2019, for example.
Did you review videos or just transcripts?
Well, I reviewed the whole transcripts and large parts of the videos as well.
As part of your coming here to testify today, did you prepare a report about your area and your opinions?
Well, I did prepare a brief report because it was a very last minute thing that would try to lay out some of the areas about which possible expert testimony might take place.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what has been marked as TT for identification and ask if this is the report you prepared.
Yes, it is.
And when did you prepare it?
Well, it's dated February 16th, 2024, so
Recent.
recent, yes.
Okay. I'd offer it as a full exhibit, Your Honor.
I have no objection, Judge.
Is that TT?
Yes.
Yes.
Defense's TT admitted as full.
You indicated a little while ago about some of your experiments in suggestion or of false memory. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Have you been involved in any research regarding post-event suggestion?
Well, I would say that many of my studies involve the study of post-event suggestion. And that if there's one area within the field of human memory that I've probably contributed the most to, it would be that area.
Could you just explain briefly what that means, post-event suggestion?
So after some event occurs, sometimes people are exposed to new information. They have conversations with other people. They are interrogated. They are exposed to media coverage. They get new information. And one of the things that we and other scientists have discovered is that that post-event information, particularly if it's misleading, can contaminate or distort or transform somebody's memory. Just in one of my experiments, for example, we showed people a simulated accident where a car goes through an intersection with a yield sign. And by asking a leading question that suggests that it was a stop sign, we get many people, many of these research witnesses to tell us they remember seeing a stop sign, not a yield sign. So that's just one experimental example where, otherwise healthy, ordinary adults are led through post-event suggestion to remember details that are different from the way they really happen.
Does post-event suggestion lead to contamination of memory?
It can. I mean, sometimes people will resist the suggestion and stick with the original memory, but many times they will succumb to the suggestion, fall sway to the suggestion, and adopt it as their own memory. And they really believe, these are not people who are lying, these are people who really believe in what they're saying.
Is the nature of the questioning, you mentioned leading questions as an example, is the nature of interrogation or question technique play a role in either post-event suggestion or memory contamination?
Yes, when people ask leading questions, it is more likely to contaminate somebody's memory.
What about suggestion during a question of something that's not true? Can that lead to the same kind of problem of memory contamination?
Absolutely.
Could you explain that?
And in fact, that's what we do in these experiments. We suggest things that aren't true and look to see the conditions under which people will adopt that misinformation and incorporate it into their memory and cause a transformation or a change in the memory.
Could you give the jury an example of one of those experiments that you conducted that led to that conclusion?
Well, the yield sign, stop sign example is one example. In other experiments, for example, we've shown people accidents and asked a question like how fast were the cars going when they hit each other. Other witnesses are asked how fast were the cars going when they smashed into each other. And people will tell you the cars were going faster if you use the verb smashed than if you use the verb hit. And moreover, they're more likely to later tell you that they saw broken glass that did not exist. So that's just another example of how post-event questioning can contaminate somebody's memory. In the study with the soldiers who were going to survival school, we suggested that there were objects in the interrogation room, that they underwent a grueling 30-minute, horrible, aggressive interrogation, and these soldiers were asked about it later. Well, we planted information that there was a telephone in the interrogation room, that there was a weapon when there wasn't, that the main interrogator was wearing glasses when he didn't. And a number of these soldiers picked up on the suggestion and claimed to have actually seen these non-existent objects.
Now, I'm not going to ask you percentages, but would you indicate that it was just a few or a substantial number of the subjects started to recite information or restate information that was in fact implanted but didn't actually exist?
It depends on, I don't mean to be difficult, but it depends on the conditions. So in the yield sign, stop sign study, if we tried to manipulate their memory, after a half hour, we weren't as successful. If we waited a week, we could get 80% of the people to tell us, to buy into the misinformation and tell us that that's what they remember. In the study with the soldiers, by the time we were done, I think over 90% of them were remembering the telephone, and maybe closer to 20% or so remembering the weapon or the glasses, which did not exist.
And when you say over by the time it was done, over what period of time did that study go where you're asking the same subjects these questions?
Well, again, different studies are using different time periods. In the work with the traffic signs, sometimes we tested shortly after the event, sometimes we waited a week. In the studies that have been done with soldiers, it might be days later.
As time passes, did you find from your studies that there's more contamination, that the number of false memories increases?
Yes, that's a common finding too. During the retention stage, after some event is over, again, memory starts to fade. And again, most people know that memory fades over time. What's not quite so much a matter of common sense is that as that memory is fading, it becomes more and more susceptible to contamination from post-event suggestion.
Does that also affect when a person later tries to retrieve or recall the information? Does that also go up exponentially, or at least as time goes by, sort of an increased level, the longer the time that is at issue?
Well, that would be, I would put it slightly differently, that as more and more time passes, and witnesses, people in general, are more susceptible to misinformation, and so they make more mistakes when they're trying to retrieve what happened at the time of the initial event.
In your experiments and in your experience, does it matter over that period of time, if it's false information, whether the individual appears more confident or less confident about the information, whether or not it was implanted, that is, as a false memory?
When you expose people to misinformation, they can sometimes be more confident about the misinformation than they are about accurate information. Typically, you might think that somebody is going to be more confident about things that they're accurate about. But when misinformation is introduced into the environment, that whole relationship with confidence can be disrupted.
Are you familiar in your field with studies that have been conducted in regard to police interviewing techniques and their effect on them?
Yes.
And could you tell us in general what those studies have shown?
Well, I'm familiar with work on interviewing techniques.
In general?
Interviewing techniques in general. And one of the things that again, that I know from colleagues in my field who write about police interviews in particular is, in fact, sometimes the police introduce information into those interviews that is new information, is misinformation. And so it's a kind of a setting that is ripe for potentially contaminating somebody's memory. And they may not do it deliberately to contaminate memory. They may have some other goals in mind, but when they introduce misinformation, they can affect what the person they're interviewing says.
Are you aware that in jurisdictions such as Connecticut, police are permitted to convey false information to a person they are interrogating?
Well, I don't know exactly about Connecticut, but in many jurisdictions, the police are permitted to lie to people. They're permitted to tell people that they flunked the polygraph when they didn't, or their fingerprints were found at the scene when they weren't. They can lie to them, and they're permitted to do that. And I personally think that that is not a very good practice.
Well, in any event, can you tell us what the studies have shown if an individual has been fed deliberately false information, how that affects memory?
Well, I'm actually going to object to that question, Judge. It's vague because we're talking about, on the one hand, experiments that the doctor has done, which she's testified to. Then we're talking about police interrogation. So I think the question needs to be sharpened.
Well, the court, as it listens to the testimony of this witness, the witness is sharpening the question. So overruled.
I'm sorry, I forgot the question, but you know how memory is. Just repeat
We
the
waited
question.
too long. We waited too long. The question as I may change the words a bit, but the point was, are there studies, are you familiar with studies, or have you been involved in studies where information by police has been given to someone being interrogated that was deliberately false, in other words, knowingly false by the questioner, and how that has affected them?
Well, there are many, many experiments where witnesses have been given by somebody interrogating them knowingly false information. I can't say I have a lot of examples of police actually doing that, in their interrogation. But if it has happened, or if it does happen, then we know from the science that it could contaminate somebody's memory and lead them to want to adopt the misinformation, or maybe make a change in their memory to accommodate the misinformation.
Does the role of the questioner play, or let me rephrase that, is the position of the questioner, does that play a role in whether or not false information or false memories can be implanted?
Well, the answer is yes, but let me explain. So a witness has seen some event or had an experience, is now being exposed to misinformation. And as I've testified, that misinformation has the potential to contaminate or distort memory. There are several studies that show that the source of that misinformation matters, that people are more likely to accept misinformation if it comes from a source that they think is knowledgeable, or they think is not trying to deliberately mislead them. I mean, there's even one study with children that shows that children will accept misinformation more from an adult than they will from another child. So these are experimental examples or scientific examples of how we know that the source of the misinformation does matter.
One of the things that you said in your report is that post-event suggestion can be particularly powerful when it is an authority figure who is engaged in the activity. Can you just explain what you mean by that?
Well, again, I would relate that to an authority figure who a witness might presume is knowledgeable. And then we know from the study that people, when they think you're knowledgeable, you're more likely to be influenced by that misinformation.
Would your opinion include police officers as being authority figures?
Well, I would think they would be, because many people have a lot of respect for police officers.
What about significant others or loved ones, information conveyed from them to the subject? Would that play a role in retrieving false memories or creating false memories?
I'm going to object, Foundation.
Well, the parameters of the question concern, the original question concerned authority figures.
Right.
Now the question has changed to loved ones or people who are close to the person whose memory is being tested. So this is a different question.
Yes.
Different parameters overruled.
I don't know that I can think of a specific study that compared whether misinformation was introduced by a loved one or introduced by a stranger. So I'm not able to think of a scientific study that would, make me comfortable answering that question based on
earlier you did say that a trusted source was one such example that could result in those kind of contaminated memory.
Right, because one of the studies showed that if it looked like the person was trying to deceive you or something, you might be more resistant to them. But if it didn't look like they were in any way trying to deceive you, that you'd be more susceptible.
And would that therefore include a trusted loved one?
Well, I think I would speculate, but
Then if it's not within your
Yeah.
purview, I won't ask you that question. Let me turn a little to a couple other questions. A lot of what I've asked you so far has dealt with pointed questions and pointed experiments. Could you indicate how memory either forms, is retained, or is conveyed when we're talking about what I would call routine, or what one usually does, as opposed to a specific event?
Well, one of the things, in one of the studies that we did, we asked people to produce a timeline for something that during a particular time period 3 weeks earlier. And so people went off and first people reported what they were doing. Then they had to try to verify, get evidence for their memory. And in many cases, the memory changed. In close to half of the cases, the memory changed because they found evidence that their original memory was wrong. And what they were trying to do in this study was really remember something they had done 3 weeks earlier. They're often trying to figure out what they usually do. But when they went to try to verify the memory, sometimes they realized that it didn't happen in the usual way.
Could you indicate how did those individuals in that particular study verify what actually had occurred that earlier period versus what they had said?
Well, they may have looked up articles or talked to other people or consulted journals or diaries. However they did it, they were told to go to try to find proof that your memory was accurate. And that's an example of the inaccuracy of memory for presumably fairly mundane events.
Do outside stimuli during questioning or prior to questioning affect people's memory recall later?
I'm not quite sure what you mean by outside stimuli, but if it's external post-event suggestion, which
I'm thinking of things outside of actual verbiage, outside words. We've talked about that. I'm talking about physical things such as fatigue and whatnot.
Well, we do know something about sleep deprivation, for example, that people are more susceptible to contamination if they are sleep deprived. You know, I'm not sure I've seen a misinformation study where people were hungry, but certainly, you know, if they're preoccupied and stressed and sleep deprived, and that's going to have a negative effect on memory. Do you have any studies, or do you have any opinion about if a person is told repeatedly that they're wrong about their memory, does that have an effect on people's retention of what they had originally stated? Yes. I mean, when you tell people they're wrong about their memory, I mean, sometimes people will stick to it anyhow and say, I think you're wrong and telling me I'm wrong. But many times they'll change their memory to try to fix what's wrong.
You mentioned fatigue and stress. Does being put in any kind of pressure, being asserted or exerted on a person, play a role in helping or making it difficult for people to remember accurately?
Well, one of the things I've written about is sometimes in psychotherapy, people are pressured to produce more details about some event, to kind of recount more and more. And so you can sometimes then get very kind of elaborate stories, but these are sometimes creations to respond to the pressure for more details.
And does that have, when you say put pressure, does that affect whether or not the detailed recall is more accurate or less accurate?
Well, it's not good for the accuracy to be putting a lot of pressure and to have people want to come up with information just to satisfy that perceived pressure.
Does it matter whether the person that is being subject to interrogation or questioning has any kind of formal education or less education when it comes to later recall, in your experience, in your experiments?
In general, college-educated people have somewhat better memories and are somewhat more resistant to contamination. But I just say somewhat, because even the most educated, intelligent, experienced amongst us has developed false memories for things that have put them in an embarrassing situation.
I just have a moment.
Yes.
Of course, yes. I'm going to ask you just a couple of more general questions, and I'll get a little bit more specific. Could you, I don't think I asked you specifically, how does memory form in the brain?
Well, I can't, all I can tell you is that bits and pieces of experience will enter a memory system. What happens chemically, physiologically, that's beyond my expertise.
But does everyone's memories form the same way? And I don't mean physically, but
Well, people pay attention to different details and they think about different events soon afterwards, which can reinforce a memory. So you do get individual differences, and some people have better memories than others.
as from your experience and over the years of your training and you've gone to conferences as well that on the issue of memory and study of information implanted memories, correct? Over the years? You've gone to conferences?
Oh, yeah, yes. Well, I've gone to conferences and I learn about the work of other scientists. I read.
You're not the only person doing this.
No.
Have you given presentations yourself at those conferences?
Hundreds of times, yes.
In your experience, does memory fade over a period of time?
Yes.
Is there any minimum amount of time that takes place before some memory fades?
Well, the fading process will start and continue as more and more time passes.
Well, it'll start, how soon will it start?
Well, it depends on what it is that people are trying to remember. If you've ever been told somebody's name at a party and 2 minutes later you have no idea what their name is, that you know that it can fade pretty fast.
Could it start as quickly as, what was the previous question that had been asked?
Yes, while objections are being discussed.
Okay. And with the time frame, then you said it could be a matter of minutes.
Yes.
As we progress through days, does it expand? That is, does the fading sort of increase in that's a bad question. Let me rephrase the question. Over a period of days, does the memory fading accelerate?
Fading will continue and rendering the memory more susceptible to contamination.
Do post-event conversations and input matter in terms of memory retention?
Yes, they do. I mean, that's one of the ways that somebody's memory gets constructed, is that they have conversations with other people. And if those conversations contain accurate information, it can solidify it. If those conversations contain inaccurate information, it acts like post-event information and can solidify the inaccurate information.
You had earlier mentioned media exposure. If there was media involved in the case, writing about the very incident that you were recalling or speaking about in the interim, can that affect a person's memory when they're later recalling.
Yes, media coverage is just one of the ways in which, and we've even studied that in particular with simulated media coverage, but media coverage can lead witnesses to remember details differently than they really happened.
You would also use the term an embarrassing situation could be one factor, outside factor that exposes, or shall we say, can affect memory. What about something more life's change? You know, your life is being turned upside down in some way, such as an arrest.
Well, I mean, I would think that would be a stressful situation for a person. We know that life stress, if people are undergoing a lot of life stress, it can interfere with their memory processes.
And would that be even accelerated or exacerbated over a period of months between the first time that someone is asked to recall something and then months later, as much as more than 2 months later, asked to recall certain events and details?
I don't know. I mean, I know that there's a study on life stress and it's how it has a negative effect on memory, but it didn't involve these time periods that you're asking about.
But in general, the longer the period of time, does that show a declining accuracy rate in the memory recall?
Well, people with a lot of life stress are not going to be, their memory is not going to be operating optimally.
I just have a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
Incidentally, you had testified about implanting of certain events and that becomes part of the memory. Earlier, you testified to that. Have you yourself been involved in experiments where an event that never happened was implanted and that members of the subjects later recalled it as if it actually did happen?
Yes.
Could you tell the jury about that, please?
So after we had done many, many experiments on the misinformation effect, where you can supply misinformation to a witness and get them to believe, for example, that there was a stop sign controlling the intersection rather than a yield sign, or that the thief was wearing a brown jacket versus a green jacket. We looked for ways to explore whether you could plant an entire event into the mind of someone for something that didn't happen. And the first study to demonstrate this was our study that showed that you could make ordinary people believe and remember when they were 5 years old, they were lost in a shopping mall, they were frightened, they were crying, and ultimately rescued by an elderly person. After we did that study, investigators from different parts of the world came forward and planted these rich false memories, whole memories of things that never happened. You had an accident at a family wedding. You nearly drowned and had to be rescued by a lifeguard. You committed a crime as a teenager and it was serious enough the police actually came to investigate. All of these have been planted into the minds of otherwise ordinary, healthy people through the power of suggestion.
And when these events were later retained or whether recited by those subjects, did they express a level of confidence about it, or were they just saying maybe it happened?
No, many people became quite confident that these made-up events had happened to them. They provided extra details to elaborate on the memory when they were pressured to provide more details.
Even though it was completely false.
I'm sorry.
Even though it was completely false, that meant.
Completely made up, a made-up event.
And I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
I didn't mean to interrupt you. I'm sorry.
Did you finish your answer?
I think I did. Sorry.
I just have a few more questions, I think. Once a person has been implanted from whatever the source with false information and they've conveyed it back, is there any way that you, as an interviewer, can tell whether or not that memory is created or is real from your point of view, other than you knowing the source?
Well, we know in the experiments, but out there in the real world, you don't know, and there is no way to tell. Because once these false memories get planted in the mind of somebody who is, comes to honestly believe it happened, they can be very confident about it. They can be very detailed about it. They can even be emotional about it, even though it didn't happen.
Do the studies show whether or not if that false information is repeatedly conveyed to the person over a period of time, that it sort of cements that false memory?
Yes, repeated misinformation or false information exacerbates the problem.
And you had indicated earlier that there was an experiment involving children. Would that be true of adults as well?
Well, virtually all my work is with adults. I've collaborated on a few studies with young children. Other investigators specialize in children. Young children, ages like 4 to 6 years old are especially vulnerable to these kinds of influences. But these are phenomena that are true of adults, even adults who are have pretty good memories.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
The court has a few questions, if it may. Professor, have there been studies on the ability of a subject to forcibly forget a memory?
Your Honor, there are studies that it is true that people can, when something unpleasant happens, people can try to push this out of their mind, distract themselves with other thoughts, not think about things, and that can weaken their memory to some extent. But trying to force someone to forget, one way that might happen is if you're planning something different, then they're gonna, in essence, forget what was originally there.
And finally, from the court, have there been studies or experiments concerning how dreams subsequent to an event about the event may affect memory?
There are studies on dreams. We've actually, we know that sometimes people misremember. They can't remember whether they dreamt something or whether it actually happened. And I believe that dream material, since when you're worrying about something during the day, it can get into your dreams as dream material at night. And so it'd be natural for you to be dreaming about something that you're worrying about or upset about. And that you can then maybe have a source confusion between, did I dream it or did I actually do it?
Okay. Are there any questions based on the court's question?
Not from the defense.
Okay,
No, Judge.
cross-examination.
Judge, may we just take the morning recess?
Yes, so we'll take the morning recess and resume. Let's resume.
This honorable superior court is now open and back in session.
You can bring the jury in, please. Will counsel stipulate, please?
Yes, Judge.
Thank you.
May I proceed, Judge?
Yes.
Doctor, I wanted to just begin with your fee that you were paid in today's case. You indicated on direct examination that you were charging $600 an hour. Is that correct?
Yes,
And I believe you indicated on direct examination that you agreed to stick to it.
yes,
And that's because your fee has actually increased. Is that correct?
in 2021, I began to charge $700 an hour, yes.
And you were retained in this case in 2020. Is that correct?
Yes,
And so you agreed to essentially stick to the original fee.
exactly.
All right. And your fee has gone up over the years. Is that correct?
From when I started in the early 70s, yes.
I think as late as 2012, was your fee $500? Do you recall?
I don't remember exactly 2012.
Okay.
It worked its way up.
Right. And how many hours have you worked on this case?
I billed for 11 hours. I spent a few more hours before I traveled to Connecticut yesterday. So I probably spent more than those 11 or 13, 14 hours plus the travel time because I have viewed a lot of media coverage that I didn't bill for.
Okay. And so as I understand it, you've billed for 11 hours thus far, correct?
Approximately 11 hours so far, yes.
At a rate of $600 an hour?
Yes,
And if I understand your testimony correctly, you did some additional work on the case yesterday?
well, yesterday I traveled from California
Okay.
to Connecticut and worked a number of hours on the case during that travel. And
During the flight?
Yes.
Okay. And there was a meeting, I think you indicated?
We had a meeting yesterday after I arrived in Connecticut.
Okay. And you'll be charging for those hours as well, correct?
Yes,
All right. And so that's 14 hours is $600 an hour. Is that right?
14 hours before I left California.
Understood. So you're also charging for right now, correct?
I'm charging as you questioned me, yes,
So the longer I question you, the more money you make.
yes, but I hope you'll keep it short.
Okay. So we'll see about that. Doctor, you're charging right now. How much do you expect to bill by the time this case is over?
Objection.
Sustained.
Doctor, you indicated that you watched various media in this case, or you looked at media reports, correct?
Yes,
Did you do that on your own, or were you asked to do that by the defense attorney?
well, it's something that I typically do in a case where there is a lot of media coverage because of the potential for that to influence what people remember.
Thanks, doctor, but I'm just asking if you did that on your own or if the defense attorney specifically asked you to do that in this case.
I don't believe he specifically asked me to do it.
And when you say you don't believe, do you have a recollection one way or the other as you sit here?
I don't have a recollection of him asking me to do that.
Okay, so that was something that you did on your own, correct?
It's something I usually do, and I did in this case.
And Doctor, University of California, Irvine actually allows you to take 1 day a week off so that you can pursue other projects. Is that correct?
That's the typical rule at the universities I've been at. Yes,
And
1
your
day a
work
week
week-
of outside
Sorry, go ahead.
consulting or whatever.
Right. And a typical work week for you is 5 days a week, I assume?
I work 7 days a week.
Okay. And always for the University of California, Irvine, or also on other projects?
Well, I do consulting, and I do writing, and I do speeches.
So let me try to sharpen my question here.
Okay.
Your responsibility for the University of California, Irvine, you teach classes, I think you said, correct?
That's my full-time job.
Right. And
yes.
that's a 5 day a week job, correct?
Well, it's not exactly, because when we prepare classes, sometimes we do preparations on the weekends. So
And you were retained in this case. Do you remember the exact date?
I believe, having looked at that document, that it might have been around August, but I'm not sure I remember.
Okay, but you would agree it was some time ago, correct? It was some time ago?
Yes,
That you were retained? And when you said August, just to be clear for the members of the jury, that was August of 2020, correct?
yes.
And did you know any of the defense lawyers prior to this case?
No,
And were you, you indicated that you had a meeting with the defense attorneys. Was that last night?
yes.
Who did you meet with?
I met with the two attorneys.
And when you say the two attorneys, you're referring to Mr. Schoenhorn and Ms. Felsing, correct?
Yes.
And had you been told by any of the defense attorneys in advance of your review of materials or your testimony that the defendant had inconsistencies in her version of events?
I don't remember if I was told that or not.
Okay. Did you take any notes during any of these meetings?
Well, I didn't
I'm
take
gonna
any
object to
notes
the-
yesterday.
Plural meetings. I think she testified there was one meeting last night, so.
I'll rephrase. I mean, last night was not the first time you'd spoken with Mr. Schoenhorn, correct?
Correct. We've had conversations usually telephone over
Right.
the years.
And I think he indicated, you've done consulting on this case, I guess, in advance of last night, correct?
Yes.
And during any of those conversations, did you take any notes about what they told you about the defendant's statements?
I may have taken some notes. I don't remember, but I did take notes.
Okay.
It's my custom to take notes when reviewing materials.
Were you told that the defendant changed her story when speaking with the police?
I could see that the story changed.
So,
I wasn't told it. I could see for myself that it changed.
okay, so as I understand your answer, no one told you the story changed, you just observed it yourself, is that correct?
Well, we also had conversations about it changing.
Okay.
I saw it with my own eyes.
And you say we had conversations with the story changing, this is what I'm getting at, that was with Mr. Schoenhorn, correct?
Some of those conversations included the two lawyers and me
Right,
on the
so-
phone together.
Conversations with both lawyers about the defendant's story changing, correct?
Oh, no, I don't remember exactly if, we had a number of conversations, but I don't remember whether, and somewhere along the way, it's my recollection, we talked about the changes that in the story.
Okay, that was the answer to my question. I just-
Okay.
Okay.
Yes.
And how many times would you say you've met with the defense, either in person or via telephone, or I guess Zoom is pretty popular now in academia?
Zoom is popular, but I don't think we did Zoom.
How many times would you say you met with the defense attorney, either over the telephone or in person?
Maybe 4 or 5 times.
And I believe you indicated that in this case, you reviewed transcripts of the defendant's interviews,
And videos,
right? And media reports, correct?
some media reports, a warrant.
I don't think we heard about the warrant on direct.
I read
Okay.
that too.
And did you review anything else?
I've seen testimony in the trial.
Oh, so you have been watching on television?
I've watched some of the trial, yes.
Okay. And
The hairdresser, I watched,
the hairdresser?
yes.
Okay, she didn't talk about the defendant's statements, did she?
No,
Okay. Did you watch anybody else?
the police officer who found
Well,
the
maybe,
ex-husband.
I guess, did you ever watch any of the defendant's statements on television? For example, Detective Kimball's testimony? Do you recall that?
I don't recall that.
Okay. Anything else? Which warrant did you review, by the way?
I don't remember.
Okay, because you
It was a
understand.
long one.
A long one. Well, everything in this case has been kind of long.
Okay.
So do you remember if it was an arrest warrant for conspiracy to commit murder,
I don't remember.
tampering with evidence?
I don't remember.
Now, Professor, do you consider yourself to be a neutral witness as you sit here today?
Yes,
And you consider yourself to be a scientist, correct?
I am a scientist.
And you would also agree that it's important for a scientist such as yourself who testifies in court not to be an advocate, correct?
I think that that's the ideal situation. Sometimes it's not always an ideal situation because you might develop some personal feelings. I'm human as well as a scientist.
Sure. So I want to just sort of break that down if I could. When you say the ideal situation, why would it be ideal to not be an advocate?
Ideal to not, because you want to present the science fairly and whoever is asking for it.
Now, Doctor, you talked about developing personal feelings. I want to just ask you about a book that you wrote in 1991, if I could. Would you just tell the jury what the title of the book was?
Well, I've published 20 books. Do you want to hand me the CV? And
Well, did you publish more than one book in 1991?
I think only one book in 1991.
So that's the
yes.
one I'm talking about. Would you
Okay.
mind just telling the jury what the title of the book was?
The title of that was Witness for the Defense.
That wasn't the complete title, was it, Doctor?
Well, that was the main part of the title.
So I'll just ask again, that was not the complete title, was it?
Well, there may have been a subtitle, but I don't remember the details. You
Well,
apparently have it, so you can read it
you
to me
don't-
and ask me, is that it?
When you say you don't remember the details, I just want to be clear. You're saying you don't remember the details about the title of a book you wrote?
I don't remember exactly the subtitle
So,
because I always call it Witness for the Defense. That's how I usually refer to that book, the main title.
now if I were to show you a photocopy of the cover of your book, do you think that would help you remember what the subtitle was?
Yes,
May I have the smart judge?
Yes.
Doctor, I was going to ask if you would just mind reading this assignment to yourself and tell me if that refreshes your recollection as to what the subtitle was.
yes.
Doctor, what was the subtitle?
Let me think. It was the accused, the eyewitness, and the memory expert on trial or something. Could you show it to me again?
You need to refresh your memory again.
Well,
on that?
it's a long subtitle, and I just want to make sure I get it 100% accurate.
No, understood. There's some procedural things I have to do, so
Oh.
you need your memory refreshed again. as
Well,
to the subtitle?
something about the accused, the eyewitness, and the expert who puts memory on trial.
Oh, you got it that time.
Okay, good.
Wow.
Thank you. Good.
And doctor, when you said the eyewitness who puts memory on trial, the expert who puts the memory on trial, you were referring to yourself, correct?
Well, that book is about my scientific work and the work in trials, some of the trials that I've been involved in, yes.
How does an expert like yourself put, quote, memory on trial?
Experts who specialize in memory, who get involved in court cases, often present scientific information about memory to educate a jury or a judge, a trier of fact, about the science of memory. That's what we do.
Okay.
I and hundreds of others.
And doctor, you talked about this issue of being an advocate in that book. Do you remember that?
I don't. It was so long ago. You'll have to.
Well, let me ask you this. Did you say in this book, should a psychologist in a court of law act as an advocate for the defense or an impartial educator? My answer to that question, if I am completely honest, is both. Do you remember making that statement in your book?
Well, I'll take your word for it that you're reading something I wrote in 1991.
Well, doctor, I certainly don't want you to take my word for it. Okay, so do you need your memory refreshed again?
Well, I don't remember everything I've written in 600 papers and 20 books.
Sure,
from
I know you're very
decades
accomplished.
ago.
I know you're very accomplished. My question though is, do you need your memory refreshed again?
Well, I would take your word for it that I wrote something about that.
Okay, but you don't have a recollection as you sit here, correct?
No.
Okay, so
Well, I'm going to object. She didn't say that anything would refresh her memory about something she wrote in 1991. So I object to him and showing her the document.
doctor, it would help you
Well,
remember.
there's an objection. So the witness has said, essentially, showing her what she wrote in 1991 will not refresh her recollection about what she wrote in 1991. But she did not deny writing it. So what's the next question?
Doctor, earlier when I showed you the cover of the book, that helped you remember the title, correct?
Well, I could read I could read it.
Right. So do you think that reading your own book might help refresh your recollection as to what you said back in 1991?
Your Honor, if Mr. McGinnis wants to offer these pages, I'm not objecting, so we could move along and have it being admitted as an exhibit. So,
Well, I'm happy to do that. I just want her to answer my question. Would reading your
What
own...
you want is not relevant, it's not material, and it's not necessary. The question has been, will this refresh your recollection? The answer is no. But she didn't deny writing it. What's the next question?
Well, I'm going to offer this, Judge.
no objection.
So this is State's Exhibit 153.
153 admitted as full.
Doctor, I'm just going to ask if you wouldn't mind, if you can just read this particular paragraph aloud to the jury.
Oh, okay. Starting with should a psychologist.
Yes, ma'am.
So should a psychologist in a court of law act as an advocate for the defense or an impartial educator? My answer to that question, if I'm completely honest, is both. I believe a defendant, if I believe a defendant is innocent, if I believe in his innocence with all my heart and soul, then I probably can't help but become an advocate of sorts.
Doctor, now having been given the benefit of reading that, does that refresh your memory as to what you said about being an advocate in court?
Well, I see that those are the pages from my book, and that's what I wrote 30 years ago or whenever that was.
And do you agree with the statement that if you're being completely honest, the answer is both?
I guess I do agree with that.
And do you agree with the statement, if I believe a defendant is innocent, if I believe in his innocence with all my heart and soul, then I probably can't help but become an advocate of sorts. Do you agree with that?
I guess I do agree with that.
Now, you were asked on direct examination how many times you've testified in court, and I think you indicated over 300 times, correct?
Approximately, yes.
Sure. Doctor, I wanted to ask you a follow-up question to that, which is, of those 300 times that you've testified in court, how many times has it been for the state or the prosecution?
Well, of those 300 times, again, this is just an estimate. Maybe half of them were civil cases where I would testify either for the plaintiff or the defense, depending on the case. And the other half are criminal cases. And although I've been asked to consult with the prosecution 5 or 6 times, I've actually only testified for the prosecution once in those criminal cases. So the large majority has been on behalf of the defense. I was called on behalf of the defense.
Right. And I think you indicated that you have a degree in mathematics. So if we divide 300 by 2, that means you've testified approximately 150 times in criminal cases, correct?
Approximately.
And that means that out of those approximate 150 times, you've testified 1 time for the prosecution, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Do you think that the reason you don't get hired more by the prosecution is because you've written a book called Witness for the Defense?
I'm going to object speculation
Well, it's
and
argumentative, sustained.
Doctor, I guess I'll hand this back to you. I want to just direct your attention to the top of that page. That's from that same book in 1991, correct?
Yes.
And did you write in that book that you'd never met a prosecutor who was happy to see you in the courtroom?
What paragraph is that?
So if you would just direct your attention near the top, I think it's the first full paragraph.
I don't see what you're asking.
Just going to direct your attention to this sentence here.
Oh, I see. Okay, I wrote that, yes.
Okay, the prosecutor would never be happy to see you in the courtroom,
It-
correct?
I'd never met a prosecutor who was happy to see me in a courtroom. Actually, it happened today, though.
So, Doctor, when you say it happened today, we met very briefly before court, correct?
But I met your colleague, too.
Okay. And Doctor, why would a prosecutor never be happy to see you in a courtroom?
If I'm, generally, if somebody is testifying as an expert for the defense, prosecutors come into this with a challenging, MO, and they are not usually that happy to see defense expert witnesses.
Sure. And I wanted to ask you about MOs. I guess you meant modus operandi. Is that what you meant?
Yes.
Okay. when you write a book called Witness for the Defense, does that show your MO?
Well, that,
Your Honor, I'm
because-
going to object. It's argumentative.
It's argumentative, sustained.
Doctor, who did you dedicate this book to?
I don't recall now. You'll have to refresh my memory.
Sure. I'm going to show you the dedication. And I'm just going to ask that you read that out loud to the jury.
We dedicate this book to the women and men who've been wrongfully accused, convicted, imprisoned, or have otherwise suffered because of faulty eyewitness testimony.
There's nothing in that acknowledgement about victims in your dedication, is there?
Objection, argumentative.
Overruled.
No,
And would you also agree that a hard copy of your book has a number of photos in it?
yes,
And you would agree that the photos include Ted Bundy?
there is a photo of Ted Bundy, I believe, yes.
And who's Ted Bundy?
Well, in 1976, Ted Bundy was a first-year law student at the University of Utah Law School, and he was accused in an aggravated kidnapping.
And you testified on his behalf, correct?
I was called as a defense witness about the police procedures in that case.
And then Mr. Bundy went on to be convicted of numerous other crimes,
Objection,
correct?
irrelevant.
Well, the question first was, who is Ted Bundy? The answer, he was a law student at the University of Utah. But that's not the complete story. So the court is going to overrule the objection.
Let me ask you this. Did he graduate law school?
I don't think so, no.
And the reason he didn't graduate law school in part was because he ended up getting arrested for other crimes, correct?
He did, yes.
What were those crimes?
Well, he was convicted in the aggravated kidnapping in Utah. Then he was extradited to stand trial for another case in Colorado. He escaped from jail in Colorado, and he ended up committing terrible crimes in Florida, and he was executed.
And I also wanted to talk to you about some of your other past clients. You have done work on Timothy McVeigh's case, correct?
I consulted on that case. I did not testify.
Right. And when you say you consulted for the defense, correct?
I did, yes.
And that means that you were assisting them in preparing a defense for Timothy McVeigh, correct?
I was advising them about memory issues, and I actually got to meet Timothy McVeigh in prison.
Was he a nice guy?
He was nice to me.
Argumentative, sustained.
You also have worked on O.J. Simpson's case, correct?
I consulted on that case. I did not testify.
And O.J. Simpson has been arrested a couple of times as well. Just to be clear, which case did you work on?
I consulted on some DNA issues in that case, the accusation of murder of his wife.
Someone else was murdered as well, correct?
Yes,
Ronald Goldman?
yes.
Okay. Now, you also worked on the Menendez brothers case?
I consulted on that in that case, but I did not testify.
And the Menendez brother, I mean, and again, when you say consulted, I want to be clear. I know both O.J. Simpson and the Menendez brothers, you were consulting on behalf of the defense,
The
correct?
defense contacted me for consultation, yes.
Right. And when you say consultation, what you really mean is you were discussing memory issues with them to help them prepare their defense, correct?
To help them understand the memory issues in their case.
As part of the defense, correct?
Well, I was consulted, but did
Your Honor,
not
I'm gonna
testify.
object. She's testified about memory, not the character of the people that the lawyers who
Well,
contacted.
this is not an objection. This is just essentially a speaking objection. what's the ground?
Well, irrelevant and cumulative,
Well,
and immaterial.
This line of questioning goes to whether or not essentially this witness has a bias for the defense. So you can ask the question again, counsel.
Doctor, when you say you're consulting for Mr. Simpson, consulting for the Menendez brothers, you indicated that you were discussing memory issues in their case, correct?
With the attorney,
Right. For the defense, correct?
attorney representing those accused, yes.
And you understood that the people that were representing the accused were trying to prepare a defense for them at trial, correct?
Well, I presume that's what they're doing. Yeah.
And that's what you were doing, correct?
I was answering their questions about memory.
And you also worked on the Michael Jackson case, correct?
2 of his cases, yes.
And
I did not testify in either one.
when you say 2 of his cases, he was arrested twice?
Yeah, there was one trial in the 90s and another one in the 2000s.
Okay, and so you worked for him twice?
I was contacted by the defense in those 2 cases.
Right. Phil Spector, you worked on his case as well,
I
correct?
testified in that case, yes.
Right. And when you say you testified, I just want to be clear, you testified on behalf of Phil Spector, correct?
I was called by the
Testify on
defense.
behalf of the defense, not on
Oh.
behalf of an individual.
Well, all we need, counsel, is the objection.
Check the form of the question.
Sustained.
You testified on behalf of the defense who was representing Phil Spector, correct?
Yes,
And that was in 2009?
roughly, yes.
What was he accused of doing?
Murder.
Who did he allegedly murder?
Objection irrelevant.
Well,
I'll withdraw it. You also worked on Jerry Sandusky's case, correct?
Primarily, I was working on behalf of the administrators at Penn State who were accused of maybe not doing more, you could say. But that was my primary work in the Penn State case. Then after their situation resolved and I was not in any kind of conflict, I did talk with Mr. Sandusky's defense attorneys, yes.
So that was a very long answer to a simple question.
well,
My own,
that's not a question. Now, what the court is going to do is this. The court understands zeal. The court understands the cut and thrust of cross. But what the court is not going to countenance is a lack of respect.
may I proceed?
Yes.
Doctor, the short answer to my question was that you worked on Jerry Sandusky's case, correct?
Yes,
And Jerry Sandusky was accused of molesting children, is that right?
yes,
You also worked on Bill Cosby's case, correct?
yes.
And what did you do for Bill Cosby?
I consulted on a case that he was facing in Pennsylvania. I testified in a civil case involving Mr. Cosby in California.
And did you testify on Mr. Cosby's behalf in that case?
I was called by the defense attorney.
And was Mr. Cosby the defendant?
He was
You also worked on the Harvey Weinstein case, correct?
one of them, yes.
And which one did you work on?
The New York case,
And you testified in that case as well, correct?
yes.
And you were called by the defense attorney, correct?
I was called by his defense attorney, yes.
And you worked on the Robert Durst case?
Yes,
And Robert Durst was a real estate agent or something like this who was accused of murder in California?
he was accused of murder,
Right. And you testified in that case, correct?
yes.
And when you testified, you were called by the defense attorney, correct?
One of the attorneys representing Mr. Durst, yes.
Did you believe any of those individuals were victims of false memory and bad identifications?
Well, there are different facts surrounding different ones of those individuals. But I do have my personal opinions, but some of them didn't do some of the things they were accused of, even if they did other things that they were accused of.
And so were you acting as an advocate in those cases or a neutral witness?
I was answering questions about memory, except in the OJ case, which was about DNA.
Now, doctor, is it fair to say that you have built a lucrative career coming into court and testifying in criminal cases?
It's fair to say that I'm compensated for my time, just as you are.
How much do you think I make $700 an hour?
We're going to take a recess because things are becoming unhinged. Recess. Would council stipulate, please?
Yes, Judge.
Yes.
Doctor, you mentioned on direct examination that you have collaborated with Charles Morgan in doing memory research with United States soldiers. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you had talked about some of the experiments. I think you indicated you had done 2 experiments.
I think we co-authored 2 separate papers. I don't remember how many experiments are within a paper.
Understood. Is one of those papers, misinformation can influence memory for recently experienced highly stressful events?
That sounds familiar, yes.
Would it be helpful if I gave you a copy before we talk about it?
Yes.
May I have the smart, Judge?
Yeah.
This states 154 for ID. Doctor, is that the one of the papers that you co-authored in connection with those experiments?
Yes.
All right. And I wanted to, if you need to reference it, feel free. I'm not intending on introducing it just at
Okay.
this point, but I wanted to ask you about the aggressive interrogation method that you spoke about on direct examination, if I could. But before I do, I want to ask you, the soldiers themselves, I believe you indicated that it's an exercise in which they're captured as prisoners of war.
That's what this survival school is about, training them so they know what to expect if they're ever captured as prisoners of war.
And as part of the training, they undergo an interrogation after they're captured. Is that correct?
Yes.
And prior to being captured, do they spend some time isolated? If you recall?
I don't recall this exact protocol versus
Okay.
the other one in the other paper or any of the ones that he has been the chief investigator for, but
And when they're interrogated, you mentioned that it can be aggressive. In fact, the soldiers can actually be slapped in the face during the interrogation, correct?
yes,
And in your review, there was no evidence of that in this case, correct? During any of the defendant's interrogations?
correct.
And during the interrogations with the soldiers, they can actually be punched in the stomach. Is that correct?
They can be punched, yes.
In the stomach more specifically, correct?
If the paper said that, it's been a while. This is 2013, so
Certainly you agree they can be punched, correct?
yes,
No evidence of that in this case,
no,
correct? The soldiers in those experiments can be thrown against the wall during the interrogation, correct?
yes,
And there's no evidence of that in this case, correct?
correct.
So the type of interrogation that's done there somewhat different than a normal police interrogation. Would you agree?
Well, yes, this was a very aggressive experience, as they might experience if they were captured by an enemy.
Sure. So it's
Yes.
it's actually designed to be more aggressive. Is that correct?
Yes.
And Doctor, would you agree that there is a correlation between intelligence and memory?
There is some correlation, yes.
People with higher education levels tend to have better memories, according to the studies. Is that correct?
Statistically, yes.
Doctor, did you ever determine in this case whether or not the defendant graduated high school?
I don't know that, no.
Okay. Did you ever ask that of the defense attorneys whether or not she had graduated high school?
I don't recall having that discussion.
Doctor, I assume if you don't know whether or not she graduated high school, you also don't know whether or not she graduated college, correct?
I don't know.
Okay. And you didn't ask that question of the defense attorneys either, correct?
I don't recall having that discussion.
Could that information have been helpful to you in your analysis of this case?
I'm not sure. I mean, usually more information is better, but it wouldn't change anything that I testified to today.
No, I understand. I'm just asking, and I think you answered it, which is more information is always better, correct?
Typically,
And that's because someone with a higher education level could have a better memory in part, correct?
Statistically, that's been shown in these studies, yes.
Do you know whether or not the defendant has employment history?
I don't recall.
Okay, could that information have also been helpful to you in your analysis of this case?
It would not have changed anything I testified about.
So just to be clear, it would not have been helpful or it would have been helpful?
I don't know. I don't know.
Okay. And so, for example, if she had an extensive work history, that could potentially mean that she has a higher intelligence level, potentially, correct?
I would not want to give an opinion about that.
Okay. Now, I wanted to ask you, you would agree that there is another possible explanation other than memory contamination for inconsistencies in the defendant's statements, correct?
Correct?
One possible explanation could be that the defendant was simply lying to the police, correct?
That's possible.
And you would agree that sometimes people who are accused of crimes lie to the police.
Yes,
And sometimes people who are accused of crimes change their stories in an effort to explain their conduct. Is that correct?
well, certainly people who do commit crimes or like deny that they do.
I'm sorry, Mr. Yancher.
They deny that they do.
Right, but sometimes they also learn what the police information is and then try to change their story. Is that correct? To try to tailor their.
That can happen.
Now, I want to direct your attention now to the defendant's June 1st, 2019 interview. You indicated that you reviewed the transcript of that interview. Is that correct?
I did, yes.
And do you recall what the defendant initially told the police in that interview about Mr. Dulos' whereabouts on May 24th?
I believe she did, yes.
And what do you recall about what she said?
That they were together in the house.
Okay, and specifically that they had taken a shower together, correct?
Yes,
And I wanted to ask you, which police officer or detective in that interview suggested that information to her?
I'm going to object. I didn't ask any questions about the specifics to ask which detective said what is not part of the direct, and therefore it's outside the scope.
Well, the question is, as the court understands it, identify the detective who asked her about certain matters. Or does this witness remember which detective? Well, this may lead into another inquiry, so the court will overrule the objection.
Well, actually, maybe I'll just sharpen my question a bit, Judge. Maybe it'll help. Doctor, when you reviewed the interview, did you see any detective suggest to the defendant prior to her saying it that she had seen Mr. Dulos in the house on May 24th?
no, they told her that they had absolute scientific evidence that her memory was wrong.
So,
They accused her of lying.
so I'm referring specifically to the June 1st interview, and the defendant was given an opportunity to explain her whereabouts on May 24th, correct?
I'm going to object. There is not a June 1st interview.
June 2nd interview. The defendant was given an opportunity to explain her whereabouts on May 24th, correct?
Yes,
And she explained her whereabouts, is that correct?
yes,
Prior to her explaining her whereabouts, did you see any detective on the video suggest to her that she had been with Mr. Dulos in the house?
no,
Prior to her explaining her whereabouts, did you see any detective on the video suggest to her that she had taken a shower with Mr. Dulos?
no,
Prior to her explaining her whereabouts, did you see any detective suggest that she had seen Mr. Dulos in the 4-group office with Kent Mawhinney?
no,
Doctor, the defendant also claimed in that interview that she had returned a purse to her friend's husband that day. Do you recall that?
I don't recall that.
Okay. I want you to assume that she did say that during her first interview, okay? Just for purposes of this exercise, all right?
Okay,
Do you know whether or not that information was ever verified?
I don't know.
Okay. So you can't tell us whether or not that was something which was suggested to her or something that was a genuine memory. Is that
I
correct?
don't know.
The defendant also told police that she had bought parsley at a grocery store, correct?
I don't recall that specific detail.
Just for the purposes of this examination, I want you to assume that she did. I take it that you don't know whether or not that information was ever verified?
I don't know.
I want you to assume that both those things were in fact verified, okay? The friend's husband indicated that she did in fact return the purse, and there's actually a Stop and Shop receipt indicating that she had purchased parsley, all right? I want you to assume those facts for just a moment, okay? That could be evidence that her memory was correct, true?
It could be.
Okay. So if that were true, any stress that she was going through did apparently not accurately, or excuse me, it's a bad question. If that were true, any stress that she was apparently going through as part of the arrest didn't impact her ability to recite those details correctly, correct?
Well, she could be producing some accurate details. I mean, it's, even if you are highly stressed, it doesn't mean you can't remember anything.
Right, and sometimes people remember bigger details than smaller details. Would that be fair to say?
Things that are important to them, perhaps.
Right, so there's something I think you call central details and peripheral details. Is that correct?
Yes,
And you would agree a central detail might be going to the grocery store, and a peripheral detail might be buying parsley at the grocery store.
Well, it really depends on all the other things that are relevant.
Okay, so you,
Maybe going to the grocery store wasn't particularly central.
okay. Was there, you indicated that you looked at media reports in connection with this case. Is that correct?
Yes, over these years, lots of media.
Was there a news report addressing the defendant's whereabouts prior to June 2nd, 2019? Let me rephrase my question. Was there a news report detailing the defendant's whereabouts on the morning of May 24th, 2019, prior to her arrest on June 2nd?
I don't recall one.
So any implantation of false memories couldn't have come from any news reports. Is that correct?
Objection. The question had with about her as opposed to someone else.
Well, the question had to do with whether there was a news report of essentially the defendant's whereabouts on May 24th.
Your Honor, the last question was any news reports, not just about her. So it was a lack of foundation regarding that question. The previous question was about her.
Well, this is the court's understanding of the question. The court's understanding is whether or not there were reports in the media about the defendant's whereabouts on May 24th, 2019. And this is implied, and it may not be the correct implication, that the defendant could have read about. That's how the court understood the question.
That's correct, Judge. And also specifically the morning of May 24th.
Overruled. The objection's overruled.
What was your question again?
Were there any news reports prior to the defendant's arrest on the night of June 1st, 2019, that detailed her whereabouts on the morning of May 24th?
I don't recall any.
Were there any news reports prior to June 1st, 2019, when the defendant was arrested, that indicated the defendant had seen Mr. Dulos in the foregroup office?
I don't recall that detail.
Were there any news reports, same time period, that indicated the defendant had showered with Mr. Dulos on the morning of May
I
24th?
don't recall seeing that in the news.
Doctor, are you aware that the defendant had written timelines in this case?
Yes.
And in fact, doctor, what is your understanding of when those timelines were written?
Well, it's my understanding that very early on, the estranged husband was a suspect, and a lawyer suggested that they put together a timeline of where they were in the time period surrounding the disappearance, and that they together worked on that timeline.
So let me ask it a different way. When is your understanding that the defendant wrote her timeline? Was it prior or after her arrest?
Well, I had the impression that the two of them had worked on trying to kind of reconstruct what happened and make a timeline, that they did that together, talking with each other.
No, and I appreciate that, doctor, but my question simply is, was it your understanding prior or after she was arrested?
It's my understanding it was before the June 2nd interview.
Right. And you indicated that it was your understanding that the defendant and Mr. Dulos worked on these timelines together. Is that correct?
That's my understanding, yes.
Didn't the defendant in her June 6th interview deny that she had spoken with Mr. Dulos about her timeline?
I don't recall that, but it's my understanding they worked on those timelines together.
And doctor, if she wrote this timeline before she was arrested on June 1st, she couldn't have been threatened by the police yet. Is that correct?
No,
She couldn't have been sleep deprived by the police. Is that correct?
no,
Okay. She couldn't have had, I forget the term you used, post-event information from the police yet. Is that correct?
that came later.
And when you say it came later, just to be clear, it came after they had written the timelines, correct?
That's my understanding.
Doctor, do you agree with the general proposition that just because someone is emotional when recounting an event, that doesn't mean their memory about the event is authentic?
Yes,
Do you also agree with the general proposition that just because someone is emotional when recounting an event does not mean they're actually telling the truth about it?
correct.
So do you also agree, doctor, that human beings have the mental capacity to lie?
Yes,
And did you consider that possibility in your analysis in this case at all?
it's certainly the prosecution's theory of what happened, and mine was an alternative theory that it was not lying.
Right. I'm just asking a question though, which is, did you consider that possibility in your own analysis?
It remains a possibility.
And doctor, did you review the defendant's third interview on August 13th, 2023,
Yes.
2019?
Yes,
You did. And the defendant was asked whether or not she was ready to admit not being 100% truthful with investigators in her first two interviews. Do you recall that question?
I don't recall that exact question, no.
Do you recall that she answered yes to a question of that nature?
Well, what I recall is that she was saying maybe she made a mistake, but she wasn't lying.
So you don't recall whether or not she indicated yes when asked that question?
No,
Does that impact your analysis at all, the fact that she said yes when answering that
I'm going to
question?
object because she didn't say that. She said what the witness said, and I object to Mr. McGinnis' testimony.
Well, the court's understanding of the question really is this. If the defendant said that she was not 100% truthful, even though this witness did not remember reading that, would that have affected this witness's analysis? That's the question. If that's the question, overruled.
That is the question, Judge.
and the question is?
So you don't, okay. Doctor, the question is, if the defendant had in fact told police investigators in response to the question whether or not she was prepared to admit she had not been 100% truthful, and her answer was yes, would that have impacted your analysis in this case?
It would not change anything I said in my earlier testimony, but it does raise in my mind how she interpreted that question when if she's being asked, were you 100% truthful? Does she mean that she wasn't 100% accurate? And that's what she was trying to say. From the rest of the testimony, it appears that she may have been trying to say, it might not have been accurate, but I wasn't lying.
And doctor, did you ever ask the defense attorneys for the opportunity to speak with the defendant herself and ask her that question, what she meant?
No.
Could that information have been helpful to you in your analysis since you're not sure?
Well, I'm not making a decision about whether she was lying or made an honest mistake. That's up to the jury.
So my question is, could that information have been helpful to you though in your analysis?
It wouldn't have changed anything I said earlier in this testimony.
Doctor, at one point, do you recall the defendant being asked why she hadn't provided information previously in that August 13th interview?
She was asked that question, yes.
And do you remember at one point she said, because you didn't ask?
And your question is, yes.
So my question is, do you remember her saying that to the police at one
I
point?
vaguely remember something like that, yes.
Okay. Did that impact your analysis here today?
No?
Doctor, the defendant provided additional details during that third interview to police. Is that correct?
She had details in the third interview.
And one of the details was that she had taken a brown stained paper towel from Mr. Dulos and thrown it out. Do you remember that?
I don't.
Okay, I want you to assume that she had said that, okay? Was there any point in the interview prior to that where a detective suggested to her that she had taken a brown stained paper towel from Mr. Dulos?
Not that I recall.
Doctor, the defendant also indicated that Mr. Dulos had told her he spilled coffee. Do you recall that? Was there any point in the interview prior to her indicating that Mr. Dulos had told her she had spilled coffee that a detective suggested that to her?
I don't recall that.
Doctor, during the third interview, the defendant indicated that her and Mr. Dulos were having physical contact on the passenger side of the Tacoma. Do you recall that?
I don't recall that.
I want you to assume that she had said that, all right?
Okay.
At any point in the interview prior to her saying that, had a detective suggested that information to her?
I don't recall that, no.
Doctor, do you know whether or not the defendant had eaten prior to the August 13th, 2019 interview?
I don't recall.
Did you ever ask that question of either of the defense attorneys, whether or not she had eaten?
I don't recall having that conversation.
Did you ever ask either of the defense attorneys whether or not she was sleep deprived before going into that third interview on August 13th?
I think the sleep deprivation was on the earlier ones.
Okay, so my question though was whether or not you asked if she was sleep deprived going into the third interview.
I don't recall that.
Could that information have been helpful to you in your analysis today?
It wouldn't have changed anything I said earlier in my testimony.
Doctor, just to be clear, you understand that it's the jury's role to determine who is or is not telling the truth in this case, correct?
Objection.
Ground.
I'll withdraw the objection.
You understand? that?
Absolutely.
All right. Thank you very much.
Could we just brief redirect? Could I have? No. I'm going to approach and give you Exhibit SS, and I'm just going to ask you, this is the agreement that was signed with my office with me personally.
Yes.
And I'm just going to ask you to read aloud one sentence, beginning with the word payment. Just read that sentence
Okay.
aloud.
It says payment to business associate is not dependent on the findings which it renders, nor on the outcome of any legal action, nor on any contractual arrangement between the client attorney and any other person or party.
And were you the business associate in this case?
Yes.
Was that entered into before you gave me any opinion about the particular case?
Well, I would have given you my honest opinion, no matter what.
You were given a long list of individuals that you had been consulting with the attorneys or in a few cases had testified to. Were you ever asked in those cases to be a character witness for those individuals?
No.
Did you testify about about memory and the science of memory in those cases?
When I did testify, yes.
And did you give your objective opinion based on the science in those cases?
Yes.
And did you get paid for your testimony in those cases, for the ones that were just read by Mr. McGinnis?
Some of them.
Were you asked to give an opinion about Michelle Troconis?
No.
By the way, you were asked several questions about the book you wrote in 1991. At that point in your career, had you been involved in cases where it turned out people had been falsely convicted and later exonerated?
Yes. Yes.
And had you testified in those cases for people getting new trials or having their convictions overturned?
I had testified many times for the defense prior to publishing that 1991 book.
In your science, do people sometimes remember certain details but not others?
Yes.
Can pressure lead to findings of false memory?
Pressure can lead people to produce details, and sometimes what gets produced in response to the pressure is accurate, but sometimes it's not.
Do you find in your both your experiments and in your field that even people of high intelligence are subject to post-event contamination of memory?
Absolutely.
And you were asked some questions about whether or not Ms. Troconis had graduated from high school or graduated from a college. Does that affect your opinion on whether or not people who have higher education can in fact also be subject to post-event memory contamination?
No,
Do you know anything about the quality of education in South America?
I don't.
You've never been asked to lecture or investigate the level of education in either South American high schools or colleges, have you?
No, I've lectured in South America, but not about education, about memory.
Incidentally,
Well, before you go on,
two more questions. May I?
yes.
Thank you. You indicated that you consulted in many cases that you did not testify to. What did you consult with federal government agencies as an expert in the field of memory?
Yes,
Could you just
many times.
tell the jury where you
Well, I
consulted?
did mention in my earlier testimony having consulted with the Secret Service, the FBI, the Central Intelligence Agency. I've lectured to these groups about proper interviewing techniques and about the memory of witnesses and victims. With the CIA, I actually had a contract to advise them about how the work on misinformation might relate to some intelligence activities that they are involved in.
Was the CIA, unless it's secret, involved in planting of false information at the time?
No, they were not wanting to know how to do it, but how to recognize it.
Okay, and that's what you were consulting on,
Yes.
correct? Is that correct?
Yes.
And I just have one final question. If called by the prosecution, would your testimony be any different about the science you testified to today?
No, in the one case where I did testify for the prosecution, a murder case in Wisconsin, similar testimony.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
I have nothing, Judge.
Thank you. Professor, you may step down.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Attorney Schoenhorn, do you have witnesses for this afternoon?
I do, Your Honor.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll stand in our luncheon recess. We'll resume at 2:10. Please do not discuss it. Would council stipulate, please?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
If you could please rise
please
and
rise?
raise your right hand. Thank you. Do you solemnly swear or solemnly and sincerely affirm, as the case may be, that the evidence you shall give concerning this case shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God, or upon penalty of perjury?
I do.
Please state your name and spell it for the record.
Henry Thomas French Jr. Can we spell it?
Yes.
HenryThomasFrench.
Thank you.
So you may be seated.
Good afternoon, Mr. French. Can you tell the jury where you live?
I live at 6 Jefferson Crossing, Farmington, Connecticut,
How long have you lived at 6 Jefferson Crossing?
since 2007.
Since 2007, have you come to be familiar with Fotis Dulos?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury how you came to know Fotis Dulos?
Fotis Dulos was the general contractor who built our house. So I first met him in 2006.
From 2006 until about 2019, had you seen Mr. Dulos on occasion?
Yes.
And you're familiar with what he looks like?
Yes, I am.
In 2019, were you familiar with Mr. Dulos? Had you spoken to him sometime in 2019?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury whether you saw Mr. Dulos on May 24th of 2019?
Yes, I did.
Please tell the jury how or where, what context you saw Mr. Dulos on that date.
I was driving home. It was between 6 p.m. and 6:30. And I saw Fotis jogging in front of my house as I came in with the car.
You saw Fotis jogging on Jefferson Crossing?
Yes, I did.
Had you ever seen Mr. Dulos run before?
I do not recall seeing him run before as a jogger.
Do you recall whether you spoke to the police about seeing Fotis Dulos on May 24th, 2019?
Yes, I did.
And did you give a statement to the police?
Yes, I did.
Did you tell the police about what you observed about Mr. Dulos's appearance on May 24th, 2019 while he was running?
Yes, I did.
Can you tell the jury?
I noticed that he looked haggard. His face seemed to be in distress. It was very unusual to me, and he seemed to almost be shuffling. So it struck me as unusual, and I actually told my wife and my daughter about it afterwards, that I had seen Fotis running, and he looked haggard and old and unusual.
But you were sure that was Mr. Dulos?
Yes.
Was he by himself?
Yes, he was.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
I have nothing. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. French, you may step down.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or solemnly and sincerely affirm, as the case may be, that the evidence you shall give concerning this case shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God, or upon penalty of perjury?
I do.
Please state your name and spell it for the record.
My name is Michael Rose, R-O-S-E.
Thank you.
Attorney Rose, you may be seated.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Would you please tell the members of the jury, first of all, where are you from? What town do you live in?
I live in East Hampton and I work in Hartford, Connecticut.
Could you tell the members of the jury what you do for a living?
I'm an attorney at a law firm in Hartford called Rose Kaler,
How long have you been an attorney at law?
approximately 30 years.
Could you describe for the jury the nature of your practice?
Certainly, my practice primarily is litigation, employment litigation, civil rights defense, and a host of other things emanating from federal civil rights statutes.
When you say civil rights defense, who or what entity or persons are you usually representing?
I very often represent police departments, fire departments, elected officials. Our firm represents a portion of the state of Connecticut as well.
Are there occasions when you branch outside of your main area of expertise?
There are.
Let me turn now to the year 2019. Did you happen to get involved in, as a lawyer representing someone in a family court matter?
I did.
Was that something you did a lot back then?
No, as a matter of fact, it was the first time I'd ever been asked to get involved in a divorce case.
And who was your client in that case?
In that case, it was Fotis Dulos.
Could you indicate, if you recall, the time frame that you represented Mr. Dulos?
I represented him from approximately sometime in early January, mid-January, until sometime in very early June of 2019.
What was the matter that you were representing?
I came in on a limited appearance initially, which you can do in a divorce case. It was to assist him with custody concerns that he was having. And after a certain point in that case, everything became sort of entwined, and I entered a general appearance.
And when you say a general appearance, you said a limited. Could you just tell the jury the difference between a limited and general appearance?
Certainly. So divorce is one of the areas of law where the judicial system allows you to enter a limited appearance. And I think the court sometimes views it as a lawyer helping through certain parts of a divorce. So in this case, my limited appearance was, I believe, just custody matters at the time. There was a dispute over custody. Eventually, you can also file a full appearance, at which point the attorney is responsible for all phases of the defense or the plaintiff's case, on the other hand as well. So it's a split proceeding at the beginning, and then if the lawyer and the client choose to broaden that role, then they can.
And without getting into any specifics of what was occurring in the court, could you just tell us procedurally what kind of matters were you representing, or what procedures were you representing Mr. Dulos in during that time frame?
Certainly. As I said, it was, broadly speaking, it was custody. So there was a general concerns about how the custody arrangements were. And I was brought in to essentially help him in the custody matters themselves.
Do you recall what the status was at the time that you entered your?
Oh, certainly. At the time I entered an appearance, the status was that, and I don't know if I'm allowed to get into this.
Well, I don't want you to get anything that happened in court. We're talking in general, the status
Okay.
of where things were at that time.
Certainly. The status was that.
Objection, could I
Mr.
just, I'm sorry, but if I could just get a time frame?
Since January of 2019 through, right?
Yes.
Till May of 2000, or,
We haven't gotten to May yet, right? We're still in January, February.
okay, I just wanted to clarify the time frame. Thank you.
In January, the status was that Mr. Dulos was not allowed to see his children at all.
And during the course of your representation, without getting any specifics, did that change? Yes.
It did. That status changed to sometime in March to where there were structured visitation, was structured
And
visitation.
after that, were you anticipating some further proceedings with regard to the representation and the disposition, if you will?
Certainly, these proceedings were temporary in nature during the initial period of separation. And what happens generally is that the court will look for a permanent resolution once the divorce is finalized. So what we were doing is working on the temporary orders, and then there was an eye towards what would happen when the divorce became finalized, and also in the middle of that process, if we could change it from supervised visitation to something else.
During this time of representation, did you also on occasion speak with Michelle Troconis?
I did.
You did not represent Michelle Troconis, correct?
I did not.
Did you speak to her, however, in relation to the divorce proceeding and the custody proceedings with Veronica?
I did.
And I'm going to ask for a little leeway here because I don't want to get into any actual communications you had with Mr. Dulos. You understand that,
I do.
right?
I do.
Were there times when you reached out to have discussions with Mr. Dulos where you were not able to do so because my client was present?
Indeed, yes.
And was that in fact conveyed to you on occasion so that it would require you to wait until another time to speak with Mr. Dulos?
It did.
And I'm going to ask that this be marked for identification. And I'm just going to note that the printer was running out of ink, so it's not as clear as I would like, but is yours better?
Mine's better than mine.
Yeah. Your Honor, the copy I gave to counsel is better than the one, so thank you. Any objection?
Yes.
Well, let me just show this. May I approach?
Yes.
Showing what has been marked as exhibit U for identification. Did you receive a general communication, not regarding Ms. Troconis's presence, regarding whether you could communicate with him at that time? That is with Mr. Dulos.
Yes.
And does that document contain the warning or the comment about why you got to wait?
It does.
I would offer it.
Your Honor, it's clearly a hearsay statement by Mr. Dulos. There's no exception that is that this falls under. The state would object.
It's being offered to show that as a result of that, he could not speak to his client at that time. It's not being offered for the truth of the fact that he's unavailable because of my client's presence. It's being offered to show that as a result of that, the witness had to wait till another moment to speak to Attorney Dulos, to Mr. Dulos.
If I may, Your Honor, I don't know why the fact that on May 8th or 6th, I'm not sure if that's me or the 6th on this copy, whether the attorney could speak to him that day is relevant to this proceeding. So if it's not offered for the truth of the matter, then it's certainly not relevant for today's purposes.
It goes to whether my client was privy to the communications from them.
Well, the testimony, as the court understands it so far, is that Attorney Rose could not speak to Mr. Dulos in the presence of Michelle Troconis. That's how the court understood the testimony.
Yes.
And so this document essentially is a hearsay document in which Fotis Dulos is indicating that he could not speak to his lawyer with Michelle Troconis. Is that what this document is?
It is a statement that he does not want to speak in front of Ms. Troconis, that Mr. Dulos does not want to speak in front of Ms. Troconis.
And what's the relevance of the offer?
Well, it's to show that that certain matters pertaining to divorce were being kept from my client.
Well, of course, now the court knows what the document says. Well, and counsel cannot ask Attorney Rose, what did Fotis Dulos say about having Michelle Troconis there?
Right.
It is a hearsay document. Does it fall into any exception?
It would
Because the
fall-
court finds that it's being offered for the truth.
Well, let me just say this. As a result of that comment by Mr. Dulos, did you then have to postpone discussing the matter with Mr. Dulos?
Certainly,
So it had an effect on your conduct, is that right?
certainly.
Again, Your Honor, I don't understand why Attorney Rose's conduct or effect on his mind on May 6th of 2019 is in any way relevant.
Well, again, the court's understanding of the offer is that as of that date, Fotis Dulos could not be in the presence of Michelle Troconis discussing his case with Attorney Rose.
While discussing the case, yes, that's the purpose.
If I can, Your Honor, this is why the state would argue that this is not relevant and a hearsay exception because
Well, it is a
there's-
hearsay statement.
It is a hearsay statement, Your Honor, and counsel is making a intentional offer and putting intention behind words in a text message that is not there. And there is no way for the state to cross on Fotis Dulos' intention that counsel is indicating based on 5 or 6 words in a text message.
Well, the court has already found that it's being offered for the truth. It's hearsay. If the objection is hearsay, it's sustained.
Prior to May 6, 2019, I'll take the exhibit back. In general, whether you look at this or not, were there times when you were unable to talk to Mr. Dulos about his case because Mr. Troconis was present?
Object, Your Honor.
Ground,
Relevance calls for hearsay.
overruled.
Certainly, there were.
And in certain time frame, did there, and again, we're not going to get into its content, but you're aware when you were awaiting the presentation or production of a custody report, is that correct?
Objection.
Well, the issue now is whether or not, or the question is whether this witness was waiting for the arrival to his office, as the court understands it, of a custody report that had already been completed. That's how the court understands the question. And the objection is,
The objection is relevance, Your Honor, and as well as mischaracterization. It's my understanding that he didn't get a copy, or, well, I will withdraw that, actually.
So the way I would answer is I did not get a copy of the report as I don't know if it's been addressed, but we went down to review the report at Attorney Michael Meehan's office. And I don't have a recollection when that was. I think that was sometime in,
If I show you a document, might it refresh your recollection to when you reviewed that document?
that would certainly help. Thanks.
I'll mark this for, you. May I approach?
yes,
So we're showing you exhibit VV for identification. Does that refresh your recollection as to when you went and reviewed the report?
It does in a general timeline. I can't recall that specific date, but it's the timeline I thought it was.
And is this a document that was presented in court?
This document, yes.
And does it contain the information about when you went to the office to review the report?
To Attorney Meehan's office? Yes, it does.
I would offer it, Your Honor.
Of relevance, Your Honor? I
Well-
would object.
The document had been intended to refresh this witness's recollection. By showing the witness the document, his recollection was not refreshed. And the witness indicated that it was around on that timeline. The question or the objection is relevance. So what is relevant about when this witness reviewed the report?
Well, it's not just that, it's the witness. Well, I'll ask the follow-up. Was Mr. Dulos with you when you reviewed it?
Indeed, he was. Yes.
On that same day at the same time
Yes.
at Attorney Meehan's office?
Yes.
I would ask that it be admitted, Your Honor. It's a court document that just records the date, and it's relevant to show from what date forward how information flowed from that.
Is there an objection?
Your Honor,
The court does not know what document it is.
Could I approach, Your
Yes.
Honor? This is not a sealed document.
Well, according to this document, it's not clear what was reviewed on what date.
Well, the witness testified that he couldn't recall the specific date, but this documented that particular event in that report.
Well, based on the court's reading of the document, it would be confusing. So this document doesn't explain in terms that are not confusing that Attorney Rose reviewed a report on X date. So the court is going to sustain the objection.
All right, I'm going to lay a further foundation here. Was there any other reason, do you remember what month you went to Attorney Meehan's office?
I do after reviewing that.
Oh, you, after
I
reviewing
do.
it?
Yeah, I just
Right.
couldn't
When
recall
was
the
that?
specific date. It was in April, late April.
And was there any other reason in April 2019 that you would have gone with your client to Attorney Meehan's office besides looking at the custody report?
No, that's, Attorney Meehan called us, told us the custody report was ready for us to review, asked us to come down. I drove down with the Attorney Dulos and we reviewed it. I just couldn't recall if it was in March or late April, and now I see it's late April.
And does this document, you recall this document being filed in court?
I do.
And if it, at the time that it was filed in court, would you have remembered or recalled whether the date was accurate that was indicated in that law?
I cannot tell you if the specific date that is recorded there is the right. Some of these dates do stick with me, but that particular one does not.
Well,
But
no, my question is, at the time it was filed, did you have any objection claiming
No.
that it was inaccurate?
no,
So as far as you knew, it was filed, it was reported accurate.
yes.
Again, I would offer it, Your Honor.
may I have a moment and just take a look at it? Oh, that would be fantastic. Thank you. No objection, Your Honor. We can move on.
What is the designation, please?
VV.
VV, defense admitted as full.
I'm just going to put it up on the screen for a moment. It's not on yet, so
Okay. Where should I look? Should I look here?
either there, whichever is easier for you. Oh, I think it's coming into view. So showing what has been marked as Exhibit VV. You recall seeing this document, correct?
I do.
Could you just please read the line below the words "date copy made"?
All right.
You want me to zoom in? I'll
Yeah,
zoom
we're
in for
just, it's hard to pick that up.
you. Sure. If you look behind you, it might even be easier.
Let's do
for
that.
you.
Okay. Date copy made April 24th, 2019.
And then just, what does it say?
It indicates that Raisa Garcia, Secretary for Attorney Meehan, made a copy for us to review.
You just read the next sentence. Just read it out loud for the
Sure.
record.
Both reviewed in the presence of Attorney Meehan and returned to Attorney Meehan without any duplication, dissemination, notes, or recording in any way by either.
All right, thank you. And is that what happened?
It is. We were given copies and we're not allowed to bring in, to the best of my recollection, not allowed to bring in iPhones. We're not allowed to make any photostatic copies of the document. We were allowed to review it and take notes of key salient points.
And without discussing at all what you two discussed about it, were you able with Mr. Dulos to discuss it?
We were.
Do you recall how long you were at Attorney Meehan's office reviewing that document?
It was a number of years ago, approximately 5, but something in the area of maybe hour and a half. Sounds right.
And was Mr. Dulos present while you were going through the document?
He was.
Did you see him reading it with you?
Yes, I did.
Without getting into any words that were used, could you describe Mr. Dulos's demeanor after he was at that office with you?
Certainly. He was very happy with what was there. Pleased. You could tell that he just seemed relieved and more optimistic than I'd seen him in a while.
And again, with limitation, without specifying what it was called, did you file anything in court subsequent to your reviewing this report?
We did. We filed, and I won't give the name of it, but we filed a motion after we reviewed this particular document with the court.
And that would be in the family court?
It was, yes.
I asked you before whether you had ever spoken with Mr. Troconis. Was that in person or on the phone?
A number of times.
Were you ever at their house at 4 Jefferson Crossing?
A number of times.
Did you ever discuss anything about the divorce with Mr. Troconis?
I did.
Could you, would this have been in what time frame?
I would say throughout January, all the way through the 24th of May. I did not speak to her after the 24th, but throughout that whole time, I would see her, whether we'd be working up in Mr. Dulos's office, I might see her. Our children were together on a ski team, and that's actually how I got to meet her. And so we'd talk a little bit about it at whether it was ski races or ski practice. So it was something that we discussed. You know, granted, I didn't discuss privilege matters, but it was things that I would discuss with her about things that I could felt would be of help to her.
Do you recall being either at Mr. Dulos's house or being in the presence of Mr. Troconis around Greek Easter of 2009?
I do.
Do you recall approximately when that was?
That was also, I believe, late April. I actually went back and checked this recently. I think it was the 28th of April in 2019, and traditional Easter was the 21st.
Was the Greek Easter that you saw Mr. Troconis, was that following the time you were at Attorney Meehan's office?
It was. Excuse me.
Could you tell us what the conversation, did you make any, did you have any communications with Mr. Troconis on that occasion?
I did. I had a number of communications with her, around that time period, just in general, pleasantries, seeing her, exchanging kids or things like that. But yes, I did talk to her. I'm not specifically sure what you're asking about. So.
Well, I'm going to ask whether she expressed to you on that occasion any future intention or plans.
I'm going to object, Your Honor. Calls for hearsay.
Well, it hasn't been asked yet.
Okay, so may I answer that
Yes.
question? I don't believe she made any expression about any future plans other than children, things like that.
My question had to do with her intentions of doing anything in the future.
No.
No. Did you have any conversations subsequent with Mr. Troconis during the month of May of 2019?
I did.
At that time, did Mr. Troconis express to you any view of her future plans?
Objection.
So at that time, did Mr. Troconis express to you any view of her future plans?
Not view, I thought any expression of her future plans.
Well, that's either a yes or a no, or the witness does not remember.
I don't recall anything. There was nothing that would stand out that was significant.
How would you describe Mr. Troconis's demeanor when you spoke to her in May of 2019?
Generally very happy. Generally very happy.
Did you ask anything of her during the month of May of 2019?
Well, I could certainly say as a matter of custom, I would ask her how she's doing, how was holding up during this process, which obviously had other impacts other than on my client. So there would be questions like that. And again, we'd talk about children as well, but I would occasionally talk to her about the case and see how she was doing.
And in May, when you say the case you were representing Mr. Dulos.
Certainly, yes.
Did you make any requests of her regarding the pace of the case?
Did I make any requests of her
Yes.
regarding the pace? I do not think so, no. No, I don't think so.
Did you say anything about a prediction to her about how long things were going to take?
I did on that, a different question. So I recall telling Michelle that there was light at the end of the tunnel. And I asked her, and I told her just, it's a long process. It's complicated, it's tough, but there's light at the end of the tunnel. And we had reason to be optimistic going forward that matters would return to some sense of normalcy. So I recall speaking.
And how did she have a reaction to that statement?
She seemed relieved. She seemed relieved, and it appeared to me that she wanted to hear that and hear more about that.
So on a totally different topic, unrelated to the case, did you ever have any text messages with Mr. Dulos about his haircut?
I did.
And how did that come about? What prompted those text messages?
Certainly. At some point in, I believe it was mid-May, we had a hearing here at Stamford Superior Court on the motion that I'd spoken about earlier. And at that point, I noticed that Fotis had had his haircut. It was shaved very, very short. And so I commented to him in a text about that.
So you're aware that those text messages were provided from Mr. Dulos's phone during the investigation regarding the hair?
I was very surprised to find that my messages to my client were.
Okay. In any event, his haircut had nothing to do with legal advice, did it?
Objection. Cause for him to speculate as to what Fotis Dulos' intentions. If not that, then he's asking for hearsay statements.
Well, at this point, the question is, his haircut did not have anything to do with legal proceedings.
And he said no.
Well, there's going to be a follow-up to that. And so if the question is simply what has been asked, the court will overrule the objection.
So could you just repeat your answer? Did it have anything to do with legal?
No, our discussions back and forth didn't have to deal with anything legally.
I'm sorry.
Anything legally, it was
It was like just a personal commentary.
correct.
Had you had seen him with his haircut short?
I had, and I'm trying to think if it was in court or on a Facebook post. I remember I saw it it's about mid-May, and it was right around the time there's this, Judge Heller had set a series of hearings going, 2 or 3 times a day, 2 or 3 times a week, forgive me. So we were coming down a lot. So I saw it sometime in the mid-May. I can't tell you if the first time I saw it on Facebook or if I saw it on him.
All right. I'm going to offer WW as an exhibit.
Your Honor, this is the same manner of the exhibit counsel attempted to introduce, which was, I'm sorry, I don't know what number that was, for the text messages. And again, we're at the same point where it's a statement by somebody that, for the truth of the matter, it's from Fotis Dulos. It is not admissible. It is hearsay statement. If it is not hearsay, there's no relevance to that at this point, and the state would be objecting to it being admitted.
Well, with regard to the claim of hearsay, there's no basis for that. It's clearly not being offered for the truth of whether this witness liked or didn't like Mr. Dulos's haircut. It has to do with the time frame, because Your Honor will recall there was a certain other witness claimed, we submit, that we're contradicting that evidence, that it had happened on May 24th, that one of the prior state's witness had claimed that. And this would dispute that and would clearly show that that testimony, at least the jury could determine that that prior testimony was untrue. So it is being offered not as direct impeachment, it's actual evidence that would contradict testimony that came out during the state's.
Now, if I can be heard, obviously the jury can make the call on the evidence that they've heard either way. What I would like to know is what evidence counsel is referring to, because in the state's view, we have not introduced any evidence that the haircut occurred on May 24th. I'd like to know who and direct me, please, to that testimony. There has been testimony of the haircut, from my recollection, put in primarily by the defense. And that specifically on the state's view, any reference to it was not with direct to one specific day that haircut occurred on May 24th. That I have not heard of. The idea that we are introducing text messages to do the time frame of a haircut in order, in the state's view, just to backdoor a Fotis Dulos' statements about his own intention so that the state cannot cross-examine, is the epitome of why the hearsay exception is there. And that is why the state is asking for it to be precluded.
Well,
Counsel has probably forgotten, Mr. Gumieni said that under oath in his direct examination. So if she doesn't recall that, I just want Your Honor to recall.
well, the court's recollection is not that Mr. Gumieni said that on the 24th, Fotis Dulos had a haircut. In other words, his hair was cut on the 24th. That was not the testimony. He may have noticed that the hair was short on the 24th, but there's no evidence that Fotis Dulos's hair was cut by Michelle Troconis on the 24th of May.
But since Mr. Gumiani had been with Mr. Dulos on the 23rd, but claimed that he hadn't even seen it until the 24th, is, I submit, directly contradicted by what this witness and his text back and forth can show.
Well, the simple question is, did this witness discuss the haircut with Fotis Dulos before May 24th?
But it was a full, at least a week, more than a week before, which is what's crucial.
Well, you can ask the witness, counsel. Did you discuss this up to a week before the 24th of May? Did you discuss the haircut up to a week before?
I guess my question is the court indicating that actually that the physical evidence through these messages that demonstrate the time frame is not admissible? It's only, I mean, I could ask the witness the questions, but I'm not able to substantiate that with the text messages. I just
Well,
want to.
it's hearsay. And the court sees that it would be offered for the truth of the matter asserted. And so it's inadmissible. But you can ask the witness, did you have that conversation?
Did you have the text conversation about it?
I did.
Remember what day that was?
On or about May 16th of 2019.
What did you say about his haircut?
I told him essentially that it wasn't terribly attractive, and we had sort of that relationship. We were going through a tense time. I wanted to lighten it, lighten him up, tease him a little bit, and told him that I noticed it. And for one of the first times, he didn't. His appearance wasn't all buttoned up the way it normally was.
Did he respond to you about your comment that you didn't like his haircut?
Objection calls for hearsay.
It's nothing wrong with the truth, it's the fact.
Well, the question would then be, did he respond? The answer is yes, and that's as far as it would go.
And the answer is yes, I do believe we had a back and forth on or about May 16th about his haircut.
Let me ask you a different question. Are you a water skier?
I am not.
Have you ever gone water skiing?
I have.
Have you ever observed Mr. Dulos water skiing?
I have.
Have you ever watched? him?
Actually, let me strike that. I have not. I've seen video of him and I've seen photos of him. I've not been at the pond.
And you never went and watched him either compete
No, I did not.
or do flips or any other water skiing maneuvers?
No.
Did you know that just through your knowledge of him that he did compete nationally and maybe internationally?
I do.
as-
I did.
As a water skier?
I did.
We'll just have a moment.
Yes.
I have no further question.
Cross-examination.
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Just want to get to the beginning of my question. Just a couple questions for you, okay?
Yes.
Okay. How long have you been a lawyer?
Since 1994.
94. And I think you testified on direct, you primarily do civil rights defense.
Yes.
Okay. And is your law firm up in Hartford?
Yes.
Did you take any cases beyond the Fotis Dulos case down here in Stamford?
I actually, if your question is in the divorce realm, no. In the general civil realm, yes, we have a statewide practice.
Okay. And you began with a limited appearance.
Yes, I did.
And you were actually friends with Fotis?
It's a little bit different. We became friends through that process, but I knew him. He actually was the coach of the U10s up at the ski club in it's called Ski Sundown. So he was the coach. I got to know him through there, and then also our children became friends.
Okay. And you were invited to Greek Easter,
I was.
and you socialized with him and Michelle Troconis?
I would say very rarely social. You know what I mean? I did go to that Greek Easter, but out to dinner, no. We really didn't do anything like that. We were busy with work because again, this was about a 5-6 month relationship. So I wouldn't say I socialized other than the Easter, or if I was there working with Fotis, we might come down to the kitchen and they would be preparing a meal and we'd talk.
Okay. And when you would talk to Michelle Troconis, was that in English?
It was, yes.
Okay. you started in, I think you said a 5 to 6 month of relationship. So this was time phrase, right? January 2019?
As far as the legal relationship?
Yes.
Yes,
Okay. And I think you testified on direct that in January, he wasn't allowed to see the kids at all.
that's my recollection.
Okay. And in March, he was able to get, use the term structured visitation.
Yes,
Does that also include supervised
it
visitation?
was. It was a supervised visitation with the two guardians.
Okay, and so he went from absolutely no contact whatsoever with the children to he can have contact, but it has to be a supervisor present. Is that right?
It was, yes,
Okay, and that was in March of 2019.
yes.
And between March of 2019 and May of 2019, did you or Botus, I guess, make motions to try and change that?
We did.
Okay, would you say many motions?
You know, Attorney Manning, I can recall one large one, which you probably are aware of. And I just cannot recall because my limited appearance changed at some point.
Okay.
And so what I did some things. Mr. Dulos did some things on his own. And I can't tell you if there were a lot of motions, but I can tell you he was trying to somewhat change that visitation structure with the two guardians. And I just can't tell you if there were a lot of motions on that.
Okay, and that visitation structure, he attempted to change that, you would say in March, in April, and in May of 2019?
I can't honestly answer other than to say I wouldn't be surprised if that was the case because it was a somewhat awkward structure with two guardians there.
Okay, and in April of 2019 is when we have this report?
Yes.
Okay, and I think according to the defense's paper that they submitted, did you get a copy of the report?
I did not get a copy of the report at that meeting. I'm fairly sure we did not get a copy of that. We eventually did get a copy later on.
And did you give that copy to Fotis Dulos?
I did not. My recollection is the court order was that was for attorneys. Well, let me be careful about that. There was eventually an order that it could not be shared with clients. I just can't recall if before that order from Judge Heller, if he was allowed to be given a copy. He certainly would have had access to the contents of it when we were doing our motion practice.
But you can't recall if you handed him a copy of his own?
I can't, there's something that's telling me that Judge Heller didn't want us to do that, so I would try to follow the judge's orders, and I just can't recall, because as you know, then there was some concern later on about that.
Okay. And his attitude, I think you described on direct as happy, optimistic?
Yes,
Okay. And during that time in late April, he also still had those supervisors in effect?
he did.
So whatever motions, many, small, that occurred in March, April, and May were not successful. That supervisor was still in effect, correct?
That was, yes, I can answer that. That supervised structure stayed all the way through.
Okay. And he was happy with, after reviewing that report with you at Meehan's office?
Yes,
Okay. And then you filed a motion? Right?
yes,
Okay. And was that motion heard?
it was.
Okay. After that motion was heard, at the end of the day, did he still have the structured supervised visitation in place?
He did at that time. It was, I think after that motion was heard, the judge asked us to come back. And so it stayed in effect.
Yes. So after the motion was heard, still nothing had changed?
As physically as far as that structured visit, no.
Now, a couple other questions generally. I think counsel asked you a little bit about Ms. Troconis's demeanor, how she was generally happy as well. But you had conversations with her about the case, correct?
Yes,
Okay. And I think you indicated on direct, you told her that there was a light at the end of the tunnel, was the
Yes.
phrase you used? Do you recall saying that?
I do.
Because things were it was hard on her, would you say?
Well, To answer that honestly, the only way I would know that is through communications with Mr. Dulos, so I don't think I can really answer it that way. I don't think that she really expressed to me that it was hard on her, but as a human being, you can see somebody and know, they're a little bit uncomfortable with what's going
Okay, and that's why you told her there was a light at the end of the tunnel?
on. Yeah, I think she had asked me, or maybe somebody else had asked me to talk to her and just sort of tell her where we think it's going. And I just want to be clear, we didn't talk about the substance
Okay.
because there was, and I want to get my recollection correct. I believe Judge Heller certainly did not want us to talk about the specific motion. So my comments were more general in nature, if that's helpful.
And this conversation was before that hearing was heard?
I know we talked on the Greek Easter. I just can't tell if we spoke after that. I really can't.
Well, let me ask this, did you speak to her on May 24th of 2019?
I did not know.
Did you speak to her on May 23rd?
I did not.
And just a couple more days on that week, the 22nd?
Well, I did see her and I just don't know if it was, I think it might have been the Saturday before. So,
Okay, so that would be like the 19th.
yeah, around the
Okay,
19th.
but you had a court hearing after
Well, I'm
that.
going to object. I don't think the 19th would have been a week.
Well, that was the estimate of the witness or counsel.
I can
Well,
rephrase, Your Honor, and direct it a little bit more. It was definitely a little vague. Sir, did you talk to Michelle Troconis about a light of the tunnel and about the case prior to the visitation still being in effect on May 22nd, 2019?
Can you rephrase that? I'm so sorry. I'm not really
Sure.
following it.
That conversation you had with her, okay, was that before? Well, I'll rephrase it. You're aware Jennifer Dulos was visiting on May 24th.
I was.
Okay. And there was a court hearing that week, correct?
Objection. I don't believe that's accurate.
Well, that's not an objection.
It misstates the evidence.
Well, the witness can answer the way in which the witness chooses to answer.
And I was going to say, actually, I think it was maybe the week before there were hearings.
Okay.
I don't think we had any activity that week. And that's why I recall seeing Michelle, I think on the Friday or Saturday before that. Maybe it was like the 19th or 20th.
Okay. And there was, based on that hearing, there was an order that came out on around that time period, we'll say. Days don't,
Your
around
Honor,
that
I'm
time
going to
period.
object. We're now getting into the specifics of hearings that I thought the court precluded any testimony about, and I avoided that, and now we're getting into it.
Well, the court is careful not to,
Your Honor, maybe
well,
approach.
the court is careful not to come close to certain matters. But the court understands the question, essentially, this is the question that the court understands. The question that is coming. What was her demeanor on such and such a date? About a week before the 24th of May. That's how the court understands what.
A different matter, just very brief on the off the record.
Afternoon recess until 3:30. Please do not discuss the case.
All right.
I think
I
I've
don't-
seen
This
one.
honorable
No,
Supreme
don't.
Court now
I don't
is
care.
practiced. But
Yeah,
that's not
I don't care.
Good afternoon. Please be seated. Thank you.
Judge, does the court object if either I or the court just explains that there was the witness needed to, her transportation didn't arrive, and that's why it was an urgent thing, so they don't assume it's something related to the case?
It was about time for the recess in any event, so the court doesn't see the need for that. We can bring the jury in, please. Okay, will counsel stipulate, please?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Your Honor, if I can just continue,
Yeah.
move on if I. Attorney Rose, just a couple more questions, okay?
Certainly.
Okay. In one of these conversations with Michelle Troconis about the light at the end of the tunnel, did the defendant ever talk to you about the fact that she believed Jennifer Dulos was manipulating Fotis Dulos?
I do not recall, that, no.
And what about manipulating the court system?
There were probably comments about the court system. I can't recall a specific one, but I think that's normal for litigants not to be thrilled after 2 years.
And did she ever talk to you about her considering moving out of state?
I don't recall that, no.
Or that she had a flight to out of state in June of 2017 scheduled?
Not to me, Attorney Manning.
And did she ever refer to Fotis Dulos and Jennifer Farber Dulos as toxic people?
No.
Okay, I have nothing further. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Just a few questions. You had mentioned, again, Greek Easter. What was you were invited to the Dulos home on Fort Jefferson Crossing?
I was,
How many people were there?
maybe 20, somewhere in that 15 to 20.
Do you know who any of those people were?
Well, I know Michelle's family was there, and so I was able to meet her dad and mom. And I think there were some other family friends. I'm getting a little bit confused because there were some times where there were ski family friends that would go over. So on that one, I just generally remember the Troconis family there.
Was that a celebration? How was the atmosphere during that event?
The atmosphere was quite nice. It was pleasant. We were taught about some Greek culture things. There was Greek dancing. There was I don't know if there was just music or a band. I can't recall. And there was eventually, some plates. I think there's something traditional they do in the culture where some plates were broken, which, I come from a conservative background, so that shook me a little bit. But it was very festive, very happy.
Was there food?
It was fantastic food.
Now, you were asked questions by Ms. Manning about whether or not you communicated with Ms. Troconis in English. In your presence, did you hear her speaking other languages?
I did.
And what language or languages did you hear speak?
I don't know, but there would be different times when she would need to convert Fahrenheit to Celsius, and she would go into a different language and talk to Fotis in a different language. And I don't know if it was Greek or Spanish or something else.
Did she ever use Spanish words in the middle of her conversing with you in English?
I can't say it was specifically with me, but I was around her for races and things like that. We had other family friends that were friendly, so.
And she spoke in a different language to them?
Yes. Oh, not to the family of friends, but just around a group of people. I've heard her speak Spanish.
And you mentioned that you had been with Michelle and Fotis the weekend before the disappearance. Do you remember those questions?
I do.
Where did you go?
So what we did, I think it was the Saturday after some hearings. I'm guessing that it was the 19th or 20th, around there. And the kids from the ski team were getting together. And there was a sort of a group of children who all raced together. So Nicole was there, one of my children was there, and then a group of other kids. They were all getting together in West Hartford with a cousin of mine who also had a daughter, and all the kids, it was sort of their big night out at the time. They were like 11 or 12 years old, and they were going into West Hartford Center to do dinner and I think a panic room or something like that. I don't know what it is, but
Did that include Michelle's daughter?
yes.
Could you describe the demeanor of Mr. Troconis on that evening? This would be after those hearings and before the disappearance. Would you describe her demeanor that?
Sure. I saw her, and I saw Fotis, and there may have been another couple, and it was just a very brief exchange, but she was, as I always saw her, happy, smiling, with warm greetings, and, life seemed to be good at that point.
No further questions.
Just briefly, sir, with respect to Greek Easter, were Fotis Dulos' children present?
No, they were not.
And in fact, there was an order in court saying that if Michelle Troconis was there.
Objection.
Well, this is running far afield of the,
I'll withdraw
Read
it,
the
Your
rec.
Honor. I have nothing further. Thank you.
Thank you, Attorney Bennett.
Attorney Rose, you may step in.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You could please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or solemnly and sincerely affirm, as the case may be, that the evidence you shall give regarding this case shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God, or upon penalty of perjury? Please state your name and spell it for the record.
You may be seated.
Good afternoon, Ms. Menounos.
Good afternoon.
I'm going to ask you to speak up or maybe use the microphone a bit because you speak a little softly and it's big room, okay? Could you please indicate to the members of the jury, what town do you live in?
Canton.
Could you tell us what you do for a living?
I'm a real estate agent.
Where do you practice as a real estate agent?
I'm licensed for the entire state, but primarily the Farmington Valley towns.
What kind of real estate do you either market or sell or buy as an agent?
Residential
How long have you been doing that?
since 2018.
Can you tell me whether or not in 2019 you had any prospective buyers looking to build a home in the Farmington Avon area, the Farmington Valley area?
Yes.
Could you just tell us what the interests of those individuals are? What were they seeking?
Any specific buyers
Well, when
or?
we talk about specifically May 2019, did you have any prospective buyers who wanted to build a home?
Yes, I did.
And what were they seeking, if you recall?
A home up to 1.1 million.
Did you reach out to any builders to discuss the kind of construction that could be had for that family or those individuals within that price range?
Yes.
And again, could you speak up a little? I can't really.
Yes.
Can you tell us who you reached out to?
Fotis Dulos.
Did you know Fotis Dulos to be a builder of higher end homes in the area?
Yes,
How did you, what did you do? What did you plan with Mr. Dulos?
I plan to bring the prospective clients to meet with him so he could show them some plans of a home that, he could build to their liking.
Was there any discussion with Mr. Dulos about having those clients of yours look at any of his other properties?
Yes,
Calling your attention specifically to the week of between May 17th and May 25, 2019, that 8-day period. Did you specifically make arrangements with regard to a meeting with Mr. Dulos during that time?
yes.
And just tell us how that came about.
So I reached out to him via phone calls or texts. I don't recall which one, probably both, and set up an appointment.
What did you tell him you wanted to do?
Talk to him bring my clients to either show them one of his homes that he had already built so they could take a look at the quality of his work, and also look at some plans if he could scale down to fit their budget.
Was there a particular property that you had in mind that you wanted to show your clients in terms of the quality of the work?
I did not. I was open to whatever he wanted to show them.
Did you make arrangements with Mr. Dulos to show a particular property?
Yes,
And what was that address?
80 Mountain Spring Road.
What did you know about 80 Mountain Spring Road in Farmington at that time?
I believe it was for sale at the time. It was clearly larger and out of budget for my clients. But it was a good representation of his work.
Did you plan a particular time to meet with Mr. Dulos?
Yes,
Do you recall what day that was
Saturday, May 25th.
of 2019?
Correct.
Did you in fact accompany your clients to a meeting with Mr. Dulos on the morning of May 25th, 2019?
Yes, we met there
When you say there, where did you meet?
at Ford Jefferson Crossing
Where in that address?
in the office.
And were you there with your customers, your clients?
Yes, I met them there.
Who else was Mr. Dulos present?
Yes,
Was anyone else present at that time?
yes.
Who else was there?
Michelle Troconis.
Did you talk to her on that occasion?
I probably said hello.
Did you observe what she was doing on that occasion?
She was on a laptop.
On her laptop?
Yes,
Doing something on her computer?
yes.
During the meeting with Mr. Dulos, how long did that last?
About 30 minutes.
And at some point, would it have been customary when you showed clients houses with a builder, would you have the builder accompany the individuals with you to the property?
It depends on the situation. Most often, yes.
Did Mr. Dulos accompany you to the address to 80 Mountain Spring Road on that Saturday, May 25th?
No, he did not.
Did he indicate why he couldn't?
He said he had a meeting he had to get to.
Now, during the meeting with Mr. Dulos, what did you talk about?
Strictly the house plans. He brought out several plans. He did most of the talking and he asked a lot of questions from the prospective clients about what they were looking for. And it was really that kind of conversation.
Was it all business related communications?
Yes,
Did he ever say anything that seemed out of place for that conversation?
no,
At some point, did he have to depart?
he did.
And you indicated, he said he had a meeting he had to go to.
Correct.
So how did you get into the property at 80 Mountain Spring?
He gave me the code of the garage.
Did you go with the clients to 80 Mountain Spring?
Yes.
This was about what time on May 25th?
Probably 9:45.
AM?
Yes.
When you went inside, just describe how it appeared to you inside.
Like an empty home that was unoccupied.
Was it in a condition for showing?
Yes,
Was there any trash around?
no,
Any garbage bags around?
nothing that we saw.
Anything out of place?
No, there was nothing there.
Did you go through the entire house?
I wouldn't say the entire house. We went through the main floor, went upstairs, probably looked at one or two of the bedrooms just for them to get an idea, again, of the quality of his work.
Did the codes, were the codes to get in, you said it was a keypad code?
Correct.
Where was that located?
On the garage door.
Did you go in through the garage?
Yes,
How long would you say you were at the meeting with Mr. Dulos at his office?
no more than 30 minutes.
And then when you went to 80 Mountain Spring Road, how long were you inside the structure once you punched in the code?
Probably no more than 10 minutes.
And I asked you about specific things. Was there anything that appeared out of place?
No,
You indicated that there were some communications with Mr. Dulos just to set up the appointment.
correct.
I'm going to mark this for identification. May I approach?
Well, yes.
Showing you what has been marked as Exhibit XX for identification. If I just have a moment.
Oh, it is already.
Well, not like this.
Yeah.
Not in this format. Oh, no objection, Your Honor. This is already entered in a different exhibit, in a different format, I should say.
So XX admitted as full.
Does this, then, I'm going to ask, does this contain the communications with Mr. Dulos about setting up the appointment for having your clients meet with him?
Yes,
And what were the dates of the text messages?
5/24. They were all on 5/24,
And that, the meeting was to take place when?
5/25.
I'll just briefly show it to the jury. I realize it was in as part of the state's exhibit, but.
Kind of hard to see. It just takes a second. It's so hard to see. It's not.
Okay. And again, just so if you look in the screen in front of you or behind you, these are the, I'll wait till it focuses in, Exhibit XX. This is the string of text messages about it between you and Mr. Dulos.
Yes, it's a little blurry, but yes,
And you indicated that down at the bottom, that your clients had a specific budget.
correct.
And was that what's noted here, the 1.1 million build?
To build, yes,
And that means to build a house with a budget limited to 1.1 million?
correct.
You said that 80 Mountain Spring Road was not within that budget?
No,
It was more expensive than that?
yes.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Good afternoon, ma'am. How are
Good
you?
afternoon, good, how are you?
My name is Michelle Manning. I represent the state. We've never met or talked.
No.
Right, okay. Just a couple questions.
Sure.
Okay. I actually wanted to ask you a little bit more of the exhibit council just asked you about. You texted Fotis Dulos on May 24th about somebody, a client that's interested to
Yes.
the property.
Yes.
Okay. If I may just approach the clerk. Okay, 131. Did you work with Fotis Dulos often?
Not often, but I did in the past, yes.
Okay. Now, did you have oh, let me just ask you, what was the nature of your employment or I guess relationship with him or business relationship with him?
I was not employed by him.
Did you frequently contact him to sell properties or meet with clients?
Not frequently, no.
And on May 24th, was that the first time that you had contacted him for that particular client to see a property or to see 80 Mountain Spring Road?
I don't remember, but I would imagine it would have been, that was the first time I was out with those particular clients.
Okay. If I may just have one moment, Your Honor, the state's intention shows states 131. I just have to plug it back in. There you go. And this, do I need to- Yep. Thank you. Now, council showed you some text messages.
Mhm.
If I may just have one moment, Your Honor. On states 134, I'm gonna open file 2 and 3. And actually file titled SMS Fotis Messages. Ma'am, if you can, line 1, do you see the TV in front of you?
Yeah.
Okay. And if you go all the way across here to this column titled Party, do you see that?
Yeah.
Okay, right below that, 860-212-7849, is that you?
Yes.
Okay. And the text message here, call me, my client is ready to meet with you to see plans. I want to take him to the home. Is that your text message to him that day?
Yes.
Okay, and when did you send that?
Would that be the timestamp?
Yes, so that's reflected there, 7:18. Did you send it then in the morning?
I guess so. I
Did
don't
he
remember.
respond right away?
I don't remember.
Okay, well, if I can, I'm gonna actually go down here. Here, did you send him another text message?
I did.
Okay, and that's at 9:02,
Correct.
and that's you as well?
Yes.
Correct. Okay, and it says, call me, my client's ready to meet with you to see plans. I want to take him to the home. You redid on Mountain Spring as well. Did you just resend the message?
Yes,
And is that because you got no response?
probably.
Okay. And did you eventually get a response from Mr. Dulos? Do you recall?
I'm sure I did because
Okay.
that we did meet the next day.
And was it later in the day?
I don't remember.
Okay. And she's gonna open the video marked Fotis messages and just fast forward it to here if I can. And I'm going to draw your attention over here, ma'am. This says the phone call. I think this is the 902 one. That's the second phone call, or I'm sorry, not phone call, text message that you sent,
Yep.
Dulos?
Yep.
Okay. And over here, it says you sent it at 902. Did you get a response after 1:33? Does that refresh your recollection about the time that you sent him? That he responded to you?
That he responded? I don't remember that. I'm sorry.
Okay. All right, thank you. Did you also call?
I don't remember that either.
Either way, you texted him twice that morning and he didn't respond to those text messages.
Yes.
Okay. When you went to 80 Mountain Spring Road on the next day, the 25th, you indicated you direct that you didn't go through the entire property.
Correct.
And what were you looking at?
The finishes, the type of cabinets, the countertops, the millwork.
And just to be clear, you don't have any experience in criminal law or criminal investigations?
Me?
Yes.
No.
Well, the court does not know where that question goes. So,
Goes to her observations, Your Honor, which were directly asked about on direct examination.
well, the previous question had to do with what this witness showed her clients: countertops, cabinets, millwork. Then the next question is, you don't have any experience essentially in criminal investigation. So,
I can withdraw, Your Honor, and ask a few foundation questions if I
Thank you.
can. When you were there with clients, right? Is it correct?
Yes.
Okay. How many people were you with?
A husband and a wife.
And you were trying to sell them something?
Correct.
And you were looking at countertops, the finishes, and it's a beautiful property, right?
Correct.
Okay. You weren't looking for evidence of any murder or anything, correct?
No.
Okay, that wasn't even something you were looking for?
well, the answer is no.
Okay.
So that would seem to foreclose that line of question.
If I may, ma'am, have you ever been to 80 Mountain Spring Road before?
Have I been there before?
Yes,
Before,
before that day.
yes.
Okay, and you did that often? Did you go often?
No.
Nothing further, thank you.
No further questions.
Ma'am, you may step down.
If you could please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or solemnly and sincerely affirm, as the case may be, that the evidence you shall give concerning this case shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God, or upon penalty of perjury?
Yes, ma'am.
Please state your name and spell it for the record.
It's Sergeant Christopher Pellegro, CHRISTOPHERALLEGRO.
Sergeant, you may be seated.
Thanks, sir.
Good afternoon, Sergeant Allegra.
Good afternoon.
You're here pursuant to a subpoena,
Yes, ma'am.
and you and I spoke for the first time yesterday,
Yes,
pretty late last night,
yes,
and I told you about some questions that I was going to ask you,
yes,
and you shared that information with the state.
yes.
Can you tell the jury like where you're employed, what your rank is? I know you're a sergeant, but just tell them a little bit about your background.
Well, I've been with the Connecticut State Police for 18 years. Obviously had assignments on patrol, resident trooper position, and I was in major crime for 11 years prior to promotion. Now I oversee the background investigative unit.
You now oversee the background investigative unit?
Yes.
All right, before you did that, where did you work and what did you do?
I was a detective assigned to the Western District Major Crime Squad, at first at Troop L and then down at Troop G for 10 years.
Can you tell the jury what your position was back in May of 2019?
A major crime detective.
And did you play a role in investigating Fotis Dulos?
Yes, he was my primary assignment.
As part of that investigation, did you interview Pavel Bunyani?
Yes, I was part of an interview that was conducted in July of 2019.
July of 2019?
Yes, ma'am.
And in that interview, you talked about Fotis Dulos?
Yes,
And also there was some talk about Michelle Troconis.
I believe so.
Did you know at the time that Pavel worked for Fotis Dulos in 2019?
Yes, I did.
And that he had worked for Fotis for many years?
Yes.
What was your purpose in interviewing Pavel Bunyani
Well,
in July of 2019?
The primary detective assigned was Detective Michael Butin, and I was basically a co-chair in the interview. So we do that in utilize 2 detectives when we're conducting interviews.
And that interview that day in July of 2019, was that a lengthy interview?
It was,
About how long did it last?
to the best of my recollection, somewhere in the approximately 8 hours.
During that interview, was Pavel Bunyani represented by counsel?
He was.
Do you remember who that attorney was?
I believe it was Attorney Lindy Urso.
And when you're interviewing people, do attorneys always bring their clients in to talk to?
Judge, I'm just going to object.
Ground.
Relevance as to what other attorneys do.
Well, this is preliminary to other matters, so the court will overrule the objection.
You can answer that. Do
I'm sure.
attorneys always bring clients in to meet with you and subject themselves to interviews?
Not often, but it does happen.
And when it does happen, is there a thought that, or did you have a thought in this case that this might be your only opportunity to interview Mr. Bunyani?
Objection on relevance.
Well, the question is essentially, this is how the court hears the question. Based on the preliminary question, since this doesn't happen often, did you think this was the only time you'd get to interview Pavel Bunyani? That's how the court hears the question. And the grounds are
Relevance.
overruled.
You can answer the question.
Could you repeat it,
Yeah, I
please?
can. Did you realize that this may be your only opportunity to interview Mr. Bunyani?
I would say yes.
Was your goal to get as much information as you could from him about things related to this investigation?
Detective Butin was the primary on that, so he had I guess you would say, a series of questions that he needed to have answered, and I was supplemental to those.
All right, so Sergeant, was it Sergeant Butin at the time?
At the time, Detective
Oh,
Butin.
Detective Butin. Detective Butin had prepared questions to ask Mr. Bunyani at that interview,
Yes,
and you also asked questions.
I did.
And it sounds like, I'm assuming Attorney Urso also asked questions.
I believe so. There was some commentary.
In order to get that information, you use different, did you use different interview techniques?
Well, every interview is unique, so you have to adapt to the information that's provided. So once, questions are asked to elicit responses, you work off of the information that's provided to you from whoever you're speaking with.
And is that what you did in this interview?
Yes.
During that interview, you understood that Mr. Gumeni had some citizenship concerns.
He had expressed that, I believe, in the beginning of the interview, as to his status or green card status, I recall. And, that was made known during the interview.
And part of that was, you had assured him that if you wanted to do that, you could have done that, but you didn't. You could have called immigration.
Just going to object, Your Honor, calls for hearsay.
Well, the question, as the court heard it, is essentially, this witness could have verified Mr. Gumiani's status without talking to Mr. Gumiani about it. That's how the court understands the question. Is that the question, Counsel?
Yes, Your Honor.
Overruled.
You can answer that.
Could you repeat it, please?
Probably not in the same fashion, but did you assure Mr. Gumiani that you hadn't called immigration, and if you wanted to, you would have?
I believe at that stage of the interview was somewhere along onwards and upwards of the 3 hours into it. And there was I guess you could say an exhale portion. Most of the areas that we needed to cover were that I was reassuring him that the green card status wasn't something that we were going to be looking into.
Okay. And when you say the exhale portion, can you explain that a little bit to the jury, what you mean by that?
Well, the interview itself started around 10 o'clock in the morning, and it lasted a duration of about 8 hours. So around the 3.5 hour time frame, most of the information that Detective Butin and myself had to collect was gone over. So at that point, Mr. Gumeni was had I guess an exhale moment where he appeared to be relieved.
Do you mind just speaking up a little bit? Can you just repeat that last part of your sentence of what you said?
Well, Mr. Gumeni, after that portion, appeared to be relieved as he was afforded the opportunity to come in with counsel and actually explain some areas that we had some inconsistencies or some concerns about. So they were basically at that point explained from his position, which put them into framework for us, which were reasonable.
And did you ever make any guarantees that he wasn't going to get charged at any point?
Absolutely not.
Absolutely not. And part of your questioning, you asked some open-ended questions.
Typically.
And sometimes, I guess, based on those questions, you ask some specific questions.
Yes.
Was it your understanding at the time that Mr. Gumiani was in there pursuant to any kind of cooperation agreement?
I was unaware of anything like that.
Or any immunity agreement?
Been mentioned to me.
And one of the specific questions, you wanted to know if FOTUS had ever said anything to Mr. Gumiani, anything that might not, whether it was relevant at the time. You were just looking to see tell the jury if you were looking to see whether Mr. Gumiani had any conversations with FOTUS that stick out in his mind. Do you remember asking him some specific questions related to that?
I do.
And was one of those specific questions, if there's something else that you're holding on to, I mean, now is the time. Like if he even said outright, like, fuck that bitch, I'm going to kill her. But anything like that man, do you remember saying that to him?
I do.
All right. During the course, do you know what point in the interview that was that you had said that? Was it maybe in the first 4 hours, second 4 hours?
It was in the second half of it again. As the interview progressed, obviously more information was uncovered and was able to be, put into context from his perspective. And again, it was reasonable to us. So towards the end, there was more of a, I wouldn't call it a lull, but there was a moment where, we were gathering ourselves as there were 4 people in the room. And at which point, knowing that I was the primary assignment for FOTUS Dulos, I took an opportunity to ask him a question, knowing the history that he and Jennifer had, being contentious divorce and whatnot, to see if there was any moments where he had just said something outrageous, whether it was out of frustration or anger or something to that extent in Pavel's presence. And so that's the question that I asked him, to which he replied, no.
And did he ever say that Michelle Troconis said anything of that nature?
Judge, I'm just going to object at this point. It's hearsay.
Your Honor, it's code
Well,
of evidence 6-5. I'm happy to be heard.
Well, first, the line of questioning is, did you ever say such and such to Mr. Gumieni? And the witness's response was yes. The next question, counsel, repeat it, please.
Whether Mr. Gumieni said at any point during the course of that interview that Michelle Troconis said anything of that nature.
And the objection is hearsay.
It is, Judge, and I'm looking at 6-5. I don't see the applicability, quite frankly.
I'm happy to be heard either in or outside of the jury's presence or at sidebar, Your Honor.
Counsel, you will get an opportunity to be heard. The court's not going to foreclose that. The court is just contemplating the objection. The question really is, during that interview, did Pavel Gumieni ever say that Michelle Troconis said anything like what was reported? That's the question, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
And the objection is hearsay. Well, Mr. Gumieni, the evidence is already in that he is under an immunity agreement, has been granted immunity. Unless he perjures himself, he would have the benefit of that agreement. The question is, did he, who may not have been under the agreement at the time, ever say that Michelle Troconis said something that paralleled what this witness said Otis Dulos could have said? Overruled.
You can answer that.
The interview was obviously 8 hours in duration, and I, to date, have not had an opportunity to review the entire 8 hours. So I cannot be consistent with saying no. However, I do not recall asking him myself a specific question related to Michelle Troconis.
Do you recall, though, the question is whether or not Mr. Gumieni said Michelle said anything of that nature during the course of the interview?
I'd have to review the entire interview in its entirety to make that determination.
Would you like some time to review it?
Well, the court is not going to give the witness time to review an 8-hour interview. The court understands the testimony to be, first, the witness said he does not even recall asking Mr. Gumieni about Michelle Troconis. So the logical inference is that he cannot remember, or Mr. Gumieni didn't say anything like that came from the mouth of Michelle Troconis.
May I ask that question, Your Honor?
Yes.
Do you recall whether Mr. Gumieni said that anything like that was said by Michelle?
I don't recall that.
At some point, the interview ended,
Yes, ma'am.
and at the end of the interview, did you encourage Mr. Gumieni to reach out to you if you thought of anything else or had anything else to say to you?
Yes, typically at the end of an interview, we'll still afford, anybody that's present our contact information to reach out to us should they have additional questions or concerns or information.
And do you remember whether you did that in this case?
Yes.
Did Mr. Gumieni reach out to you at any point from that interview date in July of 2019 to January of 2024?
No.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
No questions, Judge.
Sergeant, you may step down.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Your Honor, can we approach for logistics for a minute?
And as of right now, we are going to conclude today. It is anticipated, court stresses anticipated, that the defense will rest tomorrow. So we conclude today's proceeding. Please report for the session tomorrow, which will begin at 10 o'clock. Please do not discuss the case, and please avoid all media reporting about the case, and have a good evening.